Juanita. Hi, Amen. Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to hear this stupid shit so I can explain where I'm coming from. Okay. All right. All right. I was trying to like go live and catch it to let the voices play because you can't really share anyone anymore because they'll hit you with a copyright and you got to take the whole video down, right? This is important because this whole conversation that I'm going to do, and I'm really not going to be on here forever today, but I had to say this because this kind of shit is what um RWS hashtag exposed was talking about yesterday. That is becoming a real problem with black women in America, period. It's not just on YouTube, but it's in America. Like this stupid shit where you got divestors, you got the black women that have a problem with the other black women that want to move away from black males and not want to be bothered with them, but they think somehow it's going to collectively hurt black people on a whole. Then you have the black women from both groups that hate the black women who have black sons because they feel like just because we have sons, because I'm one of those women, right? That our sons are the reason why everybody else in the black community and in America are suffering when that is not the fucking case. Now, they were pissing me off completely because I tried to get on the panel, but she's got her phone shit jerry rigged somehow where she has much control over me trying to access, right? So when I called in twice, I was only able to hear through the computer. My iPhone would not work where I could speak as if I'm on a regular phone call. So I know why people do these things and they really shouldn't, because you could control people with the link just as well. But it is a way to block people from calling in and all this other shit when all just use the link. And that way, if you don't want the people to come up, just X them out and they can keep coming up all they want, but you can stop them. Anyway, I wanted to get on because she was talking shit and she talks shit all the time. I told y'all this is the reason why I didn't like Mad, right? Because she's like so many, and I'm sorry for the people who I'm gonna hurt their feelings right now, but I'm so tired of dumbass fucking black women from the South and from the Midwest that do not know what the fuck they're talking about. And they think that the whole world or all of America works like that little chasm that they live in whatever bubble fuck town they come from. So she's sitting here and she's pitting apples and oranges against each other to try to make a bullshit point. Like, we get it. We understand you don't like black males. We get it. I don't like black males. However, I'm smart enough to know that I don't try to destroy everything that goes with them because I am also part of them and an extension of black people. So if you fuck them up completely, unless you could become white overnight, the backlash is going to hit your ass too. And history has shown you that in this country, period. So, anyway, she's going off making this big, ridiculous ass live trying to promote black women to do the wrong thing in America. But this is what fucking cowards from the South and cowards from fucking West, this is what they do. Because they're slave minded people who are descendants of enslaved people, right? They do this cowardly shit where when Black women like me from New York and other places in the East, we speak up and we fight this shit head on, and we make it stop where we live, right? The conditions we live in are not like the conditions in the South, are not like the conditions out West. We're not having that shit here. So she goes on to take the incident that happened with the three teenage kids that were found shot and lined up beside each other in Florida the other day, some type of gang situation. And it was three young people that were responsible for doing that killing. Okay. She's using that and the speech that that sheriff gave in Florida to try to make it seem like the whistleblowing for white people that the sheriff did is something that we Black women have to take seriously and be upset about, when she's not smart enough to understand. If they're talking about fucking up Black dudes, they're talking about fucking up Black women too. White people do not separate Black women from Black males when it comes to them making laws like the law they made in Mississippi. It's House Bill 1020. Let me put that on the screen so y'all can become educated and stop listening to dumb shit that has been resonating throughout YouTube called the Jim Crow law. That is not what the fuck it is, okay? It is a bill where a separate branch of government was created over the court system in order to allow white people to have the ultimate rule and say over the sentencings for crimes in Mississippi. Read the shit, know the truth, and stop listening to the nonsensical hearsay on YouTube. All right? Has not a damn thing to do with Jim Crow. That, read it. Mississippi. When you type in Mississippi House Bill HB 1020. Read. When whoever put that shit in the saying to keep things from Black people, if you want to keep them dumb, is to put things in a book, they're absolutely right. Because if any of you read that shit, you would stop saying it was a Jim Crow law. You would stop saying that automatically. And you would understand that it is a power play for white people to maintain their control over Mississippi. And in specific location, Jacksonville, which has the highest amount of crime out of fucking all of Mississippi. All right? So this dingbat doesn't know that, right? And so she goes on to make it into a thing of it being like all these people on here do. Oh, you know, it's their sons and all that dumb shit they come up with about Black women with sons. Now, I understand the realities of life, okay? Crime is an issue in everybody's community committed by Black males. A small minority of Black women as well, but the majority are Black males. Now, she's taking it to the extent where she's not even factoring in the law, right? She wants to try to talk to these idiotic women that are on her platform, calling in and agreeing with the stupidity of blaming Black women for grown men or grown males' criminal activity. Now, for the children, even the children, you can't blame the mother or hold them accountable for their actions, because that's why I said you're ignoring the law. The law is created for a reason, because everybody knows who has sense that you could whoop a child's ass. You could have them grow up in a very strict household. You could have two parents that do the right thing, one parent that does the right thing, no parents that do the right thing, because not every child is raised by their parents or their parent. A lot of children are raised by their grandparents and other family members. And all those people, when they do the right thing, the possibility and children that do the wrong thing come out of those situations. That is life. That is human nature. That is socialization. That is reality. She don't seem to understand that, because she's too busy being like everybody else on here, just popping shit and looking to talk shit about other Black women she doesn't particularly agree with. And it's funny because when Asia was on this live with me the other day, and she mentioned that it is a reality that Southerners and either Westerners from either they're the Midwest or Deep West, they have a problem with Eastern Black people, right? They have a problem with us because historically, and this is again the way information is perceived and taught wrongly on purpose. Hey, Asia, she was saying that there is this stigma or this like prejudice towards us Eastern people. You can hit the link if you want, Asia. And so this was brought out. The very same thing Asia was saying was brought out, and I'm gonna play the part of the live where what she's doing is she's doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about in New York City. And you know, y'all, I hate that shit. That is my pet peeve when all these YouTubers come on here and talk about shit they do not know. And they try to make it fit as if it's what's going on where they live, when this is not a city like this. That it's not. You can't do that type of shit here. Number one, it's too metropolitan. It is the financial capital of the fucking world. You cannot have that type of dumb shit going on here because they are not going to have it. We, in this country, we have in Manhattan where everybody comes to put their money in the fucking Federal Reserve. There's no way in the world you're going to have the wild fucking West running around Wall Street. They're not having it. So what she's talking about is just ignorance. She doesn't know, but she has to make it fit her agenda. Okay. So, okay, no problem. So the thing is, right, I'm going to play it so you can hear it. I'm going to set it up, but I want y'all to understand. And then I want to talk to y'all about how when this marshal blew that whistle today about crime and black males, trying to say that black males are once again what Hillary Clinton said years ago, super predators. They're on that shit again because it's election time. They have a lot to lose. Y'all gotta understand this as black women. This shit is not about the bullshit they do on here on YouTube with the investors versus the BWE versus the black love people or black pride or whatever the fuck it is they talk about. It's not about that. It is about white people maintaining their power and their control over a quickly growing country that is outnumbering whites 100-1. Do y'all not understand that? So what they're doing is, because the black male is so fucking stupid and they play into white supremacy all the time with the fact that they don't get an education, they don't take their ass out here into society and work hard and do the same shit that black women do to make a living for themselves. They are the easy scapegoat for everybody in this country who's running a fucking political campaign to say these motherfuckers are the problem. The fact that they commit crime is the reason why you need to vote for me, because I'm going to be tough on crime. I'm going to take everything away from black people so that shit does not continue to happen. And the rest of all of us people who are anti-black and we're not black, we're going to live much better than all the black people, no matter what, how much money they got, how much education, where they live, or what they're doing. This is what's beginning to roll out in America. And she's not smart enough to understand it, because she's sitting there trying to blame all this shit that white people have put in motion on black women with sons, trying to say that if black women would stop acting like they don't know or acknowledge the criminal activity their sons are in, America would be a better place to live. That's a crock of shit. America is the most hypocritical, full of shit country in the fucking world, which is why everybody in this motherfucking world can't stand them, and why places like Africa and Asia are banding fucking together to bring America to their fucking knees, starting with the value of $1. I saw Trump last night talking about how he wants to have that, calling for a World War III because white people can't have their fucking way. Listen, if it comes to that, we all die. Better for the world, right? But here's the thing. They cannot fucking stand. I'm talking about white Americans and Europeans now. They cannot stand to see any other people of color live in this fucking world the way that they were intended to. Africa is the cradle of all civilization. It has all the resources in the world that everybody in the world goes to, rapes, robs, pillages to take what they need from that place, leave the people in poverty, and live like kings and queens wherever the fuck they come from. The people over there in Africa and Asia, they're saying enough is enough. You're going to pay us for the shit you want from us. Rightfully so. So while that's happening, in order to garner support for their take back, or we gonna break you down for trying to go against us, they have to, and this is why I tell y'all all the time, you gotta fucking learn how the dark psychology works. They need to start building up the hatred and building up the rivalry, and the for you as the American people to be behind them, sponsoring them for their attacks on other people who look just like you. Okay, they got to build it up slow. How do they do that? By the propaganda on TV about crime all day. By who? People that look like you, whether they're actually committing the crimes or not. Because let me tell you something, and I just got to put this in here before I keep going. Small segue. Here in New York City, right? We still have the mafia in New York City. These are white people that do crimes every day, all day, just like the petty crimes the black people do that you see on the news every day and night. But however, because for political agendas, America has to always make it seem like it's only black people that's committing crimes. You never find out or see on the news what happened like just yesterday. A white dude that was involved with the mob, he was changing his tire in Sunnyside, which is an area in Brooklyn. And two dudes masked up. You couldn't tell what the hell they were because they was masked up. Ran up to him, roughed him up, robbed his car. He had almost $100,000 in his trunk. They robbed him. They took his shit out, broke out, busted him up, broke out. Those of us that live in New York City, we know what time it is. That dude was involved in organized crime, otherwise known as mob, mafia, whatever you want to call it. Other people that was dealing with him or whatever took advantage of his vulnerability. However, when you hear about crime in New York City, you never hear about the white crime or what the whites are doing, the Asians are doing, the Hispanics are doing, or any of the foreign white people from wherever they come from, or Africans or anybody else. You always only hear about American blacks, American black males specifically. And none of you smart ass people ever thought that there was something funny or fishy about that. It's done for a fucking reason. It's done to poison your mind and make you anti-black. Wake up. So while this is happening, right? And that just happened yesterday. So when we watch the news, we have different channels of news, and we have live streaming and etc. that show us the whole city, plus independent news. And we have a thing called Citizens app, where we, the people of New York City, we share the news and the crime and whatever is going on in New York City with each other on that app, because we know we cannot trust the news outlets because they lie all the damn time. So to get back to the point, I'm telling you that to let you know, black people are not the only people in New York City that commit crime. And if you want to know who are the biggest criminals in New York City, it's the people who work in governmental administration in New York City. Those are the biggest criminals you ever want to see. Okay? They do it right in your face in plain sight. But because you are not politically active the way you need to be wherever you come from, don't sit over here trying to shit on black women and black people and other people of color in New York City who know what time it is. And when we see injustices in our city, we don't sit our asses down and let these people get over on us. We go fight that shit tooth and nail till we get what the fuck we want. Now, I'm going to explain that in a minute, but let me get to this, right? So anyway, what she did was she used the incident in Florida with the incident where, y'all got to remember this because this is going a couple of months back to show you that she don't know what the fuck she's talking about in New York. Months ago, at the beginning of the winter, as what is it? How does the shit go? What is it? Fall? Yeah, at the end of fall, we were having rallies here, not for anything that had happened in the world. But if y'all remember, when they had protests more than a year ago, mind you, for the killing of the motherfucker that got the statue, George Floyd, right? There were women who were literally beat damn near to death, had received concussions, broken bones, specifically women only. Not police going and grabbing men and beating their asses down. They were targeting women, right? So here in New York, we have lots of organizations that fight for the rights of women, women alone. No men, just women, not even children. So the biggest organization we have is called NOW, the National Organization of Women. There's a chapter in New York City and they do their fucking job, okay? So that plus other organizations plus the UCLA. Is it UCLA? Wait a minute, let me get it right. It's a is it UCLA? Is it no, that's the wrong one. Oh, my Civil Liberties Union. Sorry, I got that wrong because UCLA came into my mind. So that's an organization that works here legally against injustices and inequalities for all people, but they have different departments that work for different things. So during those riots, well, I shouldn't say riots, during those rallies, the women that were specifically targeted, let me clear this up too. That was not the general or regular NYPD of all of New York City. No, it was not. It was a special unit that was deployed for those particular rallies, etc., where these people were extremely brutal and hurting women in particular. Women like this black woman whose voice I'm going to show you. But if you want to see who she is, all you got to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel Young Turks. Go watch it's the New York City Council hearing trials against the police, and you'll see her and other activists, women activists, mind you, not males, all women, who were beat, received broken bones, got concussions, and etc. from that special unit of police that was not the NYPD regular police that were beating those women's asses because they didn't like the fact that those women were taking the charge, standing in the front lines and organizing and rallying and making the people go out for what they were fighting for. She don't know all of that because she's not from New York City. So what she's trying to do is make it seem like the particular activists, each one of them. And it's funny how there were Hispanic activists, white activists, black ones, and etc. But she only honed in on the black woman. And because she's a black woman from New York City, and I know a lot of them Southerners and Westerners, wherever they come from, they have a problem with our grit. They have a problem with our independence. They have a problem with what Asia referred to the other day is what they call our aggressiveness, which is not aggressive, it's assertiveness. Because we're going to get what's due us. Because we're not no fucking passive, slave-minded black person fucking each other over in our communities, living in squalor, thinking that that's the way we're supposed to live. No. Up here in the North, we know we have the same rights as anybody else, and we want to make sure we get them shits. And you're not going to tell us because we black, we don't deserve it and we're not going to have it. We demand it. So anyway, 1 second. Who is this? He said, did those women who got beat up? That's irrelevant. Let me just put this up. This is irrelevant, okay? And this is the mindset that I'm talking about that has to go. You got to understand that there's a time and place for everything. ALCU, thank you, Juanita, about that, because I couldn't, but I know it's Civil Liberties Union, but ALCU, right. Let me put that up. This is the organization that fights for us in New York City with many different departments for injustice and inequality, fighting for our equity. Thank you. So this is the thing. It doesn't fucking matter if they knew or not. I didn't know. I don't know him. He don't live in my state, and I don't give a fuck about him. But the fact of the matter is, you have to understand that how you feel about shit should never affect how you do what you're supposed to do the right way. When it comes to voting for I told y'all this before, voting for the progression and the correct equality for black women, it doesn't matter where you live in America. You can't be on some bullshit like that. Oh, do they know that when he did this to black women, that shit is not important. He's a fucked up character. We know it. It doesn't matter what he did. We should not be standing behind him because he was a criminal, period. Right? Then on top of that, women who have constituents need to hold other Black women responsible for making sure that Black women, wherever you live in this country, our rights are put to the forefront, not males, not them. That's your job. You don't do what she's doing, because what she's doing is making people stupider, which the majority of them on here do, to keep you in situations that keep you impoverished, keep you getting your ass beat, keep you getting your life taken from you, and having your children experience the same, because you're not smart enough to understand that you got to get away from this shit. You got to do shit differently. And it's not about Black love, worrying about a fucking relationship and thinking that people who are trying to tell you you have to divide, separate, and think about Black women collectively. They have the hardest fucking problem in the world with Black women wanting to come together with other Black women to do the right thing for Black women collectively. You have to think about that too. What is wrong with the Black woman that doesn't want to help another Black woman and other Black women that look like her live better in this life? What the fuck is wrong with her? Think about that, okay? Because she got something fucking wrong with her. Whenever a Black woman's telling you there's no such thing as Black unity, no such thing as Black sisterhood, that's a bitch you need to stay away from. And yes, that's what I called her, because that's what I mean right now. You need to stay away from her because she's got problems. She wants you to stay in a messed up situation, because she's not explaining to you that you only have power when you move as a block, a political block in America. And all that shit about, oh, I'm going to vote for the Republicans because they're going to be tough on crime. They're going to hurt these Black males and everything for me is going to be fine. If you think that, you fucking crazy. They're going to come for your ass too. The same way they did with the 1990s crime bill. They came for your ass too. Okay? So even though they locked them up, that's fine. Lock them up. Take them all away. Black women, wake up. When they're gone, get your shit together. Make sure those Republicans, Democrats, whoever know, you're not going to take me for granted. You're going to start doing things that benefit me so I can live my life better than I'm living right now. She's not telling them women that. She's telling them that Black women are responsible for what is happening throughout America. If she don't sound as stupid as the rest of these Black dudes on here saying that shit, and the Republicans who are trying to run their campaign on making the whole world believe that the answer to their problems in life is to get rid of Black people, they're all trying to set you up for a fucked up reality in addition to everything else that's coming. So this is why you gotta wake up. You gotta really wake up, and you gotta understand how stuff goes. So getting back to my point about how she doesn't know what she's talking about when it comes to New York, and then trying to act like this is a epidemic throughout America. It's not. It's not. Black women, you ultimately can change all of this. These are your sons, your fathers, your uncles, your cousins, grandfather, whoever, right? You have to make up your mind if that's how you want to live, if those are the communities you want to raise your children in, if you want to associate with them criminal-minded, bum-ass, doing nothing, going nowhere people or not. You got to make that choice. Secondly, you also got to get up off your ass, stop being complacent, stop going along to get along, and start demanding some shit out here. Like all the people before you who was from the South, who was from the West, who knew how to stand up for civil rights and call for what they needed to make their lives better. Not the shit you're doing today, which is jumping on YouTube, talking some bullshit about other Black women, and then going back to the same shit you always do, where you make no goddamn change in Black people's lives. None at all. But you help to make them dumber to what they should be doing, which is coming together to fight America and all of the literally, they sit down and they calculate what they're going to do to you. I've been telling y'all that for months. They told you a year and a half ago that by 2030, they want 50% of us unemployed. They also told you by 2050, they want all of us unemployed. So instead of you worrying about blaming black women for children who do things that either are beyond their control or within their control, you need to be thinking about the bigger picture, which is pulling those women together, pulling them up to speed where they know better, more so right from wrong, and what to do and get from their representatives, because they're not getting shit now. They're not getting anything but having dirt thrown on their names, to the point where people, when they go to those polls very soon, right, they're going to be the whole country voting against your black interests, whether you're a man or a male. They don't give a fuck. They want to see you live hard, because people are convincing them now you're the problem. And black males are not going to have an issue with this because they already at the bottom. So they like to see you fall down there with them because they think they're going to have company. It's too much. So what she did was she went on to keep talking about how this woman was, and like I said, she just focused in on the black woman only. Out of all the other women, only the black woman, right? She wants to talk about how loud she is, how aggressive she is, how no other women do this. Mind you, I just told you, it was a whole panel of other women from different organizations being just like that black woman, coming to speak their piece and demand what they wanted. But yet, she ignores all of that and wants to only talk about the black woman because, like Asia said the other day, it's about a cultural thing that these Southerners and Westerners have against us Easterners when they need to let that shit go. They are so close to the psychological effects of slavery, it's not even funny. We are too, but they just won't let the shit go. White people have always done that to black people, divide and conquer, and they love to relish in that shit today. They do it every day on this platform and in everyday life. Like, they have a problem with us because even when she was speaking, right, she picked out this black woman among all the other women that were doing the same thing, because what did she say? She said some shit about how throughout the history it was understood, like, apparently the way the blacks live up north are supposed to be so fucking different from the way they live down south. Let me explain something to y'all. The only real difference in the blacks from the north and the south and the west and wherever is this. This is the only difference. We got racism up here too. We have had several cases where white people have just killed black children for no reason at all, and there was no real recourse, no consequence. If y'all knew the history of this state, you would know it, okay? There have been so many. We have had race riots in this state. We've had all types of things happen to black people and black people alone. Most recently, if y'all don't remember, I personally was a victim of institutionalized racism from the government, because when they were making everybody take those COVID shots, right? Which later and currently now we know in the news that everybody who took them shots, more than 50% of the people who received it actually died, right? So what they did to us black people here in New York City, and only to the blacks and the other poor people of color who work for the city and who work for the state, right? They put our jobs on the line, and they told us, if you don't do what we tell you to do, which is to endanger your life or go against your personal decision for your own body or your religious beliefs or whatever, you don't have a job, and we don't give a fuck about what you have to say about it. And they did it. I was one of the people. They took my shit from me too. We didn't just sit down for that shit. We didn't sit down and be like, oh, really? No, we fought. We fought so hard. We complained so much that shit was reversed like a month or two ago. And now all those fucking people they did that to, they got to put them back. And they got to do the right thing by them, because we don't take that shit just as easily as everybody else just let shit roll off their back. They know that, because we will tell them and we will tell each other. They could do that shit to us now. They can ignore us when we try to fight them back, but we're going to get your ass when it come election time. You think you got a permanent spot? You think you're going to get another term? Think fucking again. Think again, asshole. And also what we know here is that we don't have to worry about who is the only choice of the candidates, because we know that ballot has a portion on there where you can write in anybody's name to do the same fucking job. And if they get enough votes, whether they were a candidate or not, they're going to be the mayor. They're going to be the governor. They're going to be the lieutenant governor, the whoever. Because when you get enough votes, the way it works in this country, you win, period. So understand that, because that's what this shit is about right now. All these white people blowing dog whistles to other white people, and all the other people of color who want to be white people, right? Who don't understand that when they finish fucking over the black people, they coming for your ass next, okay? So they're blowing these dog whistles, and they're using these little kids that were stupid enough to belong to gangs and go kill these people because of this gang affiliation, to use them to make a political stand that blacks are out of control. The crime is out of control because blacks are out of control. And when they say blacks, they don't mean black women and children. They're just too cowardly to say black males. Understand that. So, as a result of that, you have women like her, like Mad and others, making lives about how black women are dumb because they're not voting for Republicans or voting for white people that are going to so-called restore order. Do they know how dumb they sound and how dumb they literally are? To restore order in America means to strip you, black person, whether it's black woman, male or child, down to having absolutely nothing. No rights, no way to fight back, no way to make a living, none of that. To be the way you were immediately after slavery. If y'all don't know your own history, you need to go read that shit. You need to read that shit and find out stuff like Mississippi Punch Bowl and all that type of shit, where they literally put black people into dugout pits in the ground, walled their asses in there, and starved them to death, beat them to death, put them in there without food, water, any way to use the bathroom, and they all caught diseases like they did on a slave ship and let them die right there like that in many places in this country. So when people are talking all that stuff about back to the good old days and restore America, that's what they're talking about. Abusing you beyond abusing your human rights. They're talking about damn near committing full genocide on you, and these idiots are going along with it, shaking their heads like, yeah, white men should lead us. They know what's right. They know they're looking to annihilate your ass. They are. And yes, there are many people in office who are misguided and may not do the right thing all the time. But the fact that they occupy that seat gives your ass a voice, which is what y'all better understand. Because you have all these people, Ron DeSantis, Trump, this little Floridian sheriff, trying to make people understand or convince them of the fact that if you want crime to stop, you want life to be beautiful in America, you got to fuck over black people. Because they too cowardly to say you got to fuck over the black males that are committing all this crime. But are they the only ones committing crime? No, they're not. I just told you about what happened here the other day in Brooklyn, right? But the white man is not the face of crime. He's not the super predator that Hillary Clinton talked about. It's the black male. And whether he's committing that crime or not, he is stereotypically the face of crime. And it does not help black women to be on here like her and others trying to convince all of us that we need to go along with everybody else who's against us just because they're the ones doing the shit. You got to think smarter than that. You got to be smarter than that. Because like I told you, when they come for them, they're coming for you too. They're coming for us too. Period. So in order to stop that, you got to be smart enough to know if you want your rights, if you want to have the right to have an abortion, you want to have the right to not have what's currently happening right now. The FDA, who approves the abortion pill and every other medication you need to live in this world, If you want them to be able to function and not have some judge that a Republican put into their seat to say that the FDA can no longer approve the medication that is good for your life, you better get your ass up. You better vote. You better stop looking at shit as just this is an issue of black women fighting against everything bad to happen to black males. It's deeper than that. That's a fucking personal level. There's not one black woman in this world that has to fuck a black man, has to have a child by them, has to be in a relationship with them, has to talk to them, even has to fucking acknowledge them. You ain't got to deal with them motherfuckers at all. But what you do have to do, you got to protect your fucking rights in this bullshit ass country because they coming for you. I've been telling y'all that shit for months, but you listening to fucking relationship talk, dumbass black men on here talking to you about what the fuck a woman is. What the fuck do they know about what a woman is? Do they have a fucking vagina? Do they have an ability to bring life into this world? They don't know shit about women. Why the fuck are you listening to them? You should be on shit like Al Jazeera, BBC News, CNN, Young Turks, every other independent news source that's out there to see what the fuck is going on in this world, how it affects America, and why these white people are coming at you the way they're coming at you. Because they see the shit, they think you too stupid to understand it. And a lot of y'all following people like Mad and others, you're showing it. You're showing it. Because she used two different things that don't have shit to do with each other and missed the whole fucking point in general, which is that these white people are going to use anything in any part of America where it's a horrific crime, where black males were involved, to use that to garner votes for them to maintain control over all the other people. Because the way it's going now, there's so many Hispanics, there's so many blacks, there's so many Asians, there's so many other that you outnumber them 100 to 1. When you take your ass to the voting booth and you say, let me pick a person. I'm a person from Hawaii. No, don't use Hawaii. I'm a person from Thailand, Vietnam. I've never seen a Taiwanese a Vietnamese or a Thai person as a senator, a congressman, a alderman, a ombudsman, I've never seen them in any office, any public office. So guess what? I want to vote for somebody else. I'm tired of voting for white people. If once people start thinking like that and they start voting all these other people in the office, white people's power goes away. They know that. That's the reason why they did Mississippi House Bill 1020. Not because of no Jim Crow, but because it's too many Hispanics coming in here every day, too many Africans, Caribbeans, everybody you could think of, where they're sitting back looking at the numbers going, damn, we're the fucking minority. But we got to maintain control. We got to. We can't let these motherfuckers gain control. That's what they're doing. Maybe not literally in those words, but that's what they're doing. So when you see that Floridian sheriff come out and say what he said about those 3 black boys, then if you're paying attention to all those news outlets I told you about, you would have seen this morning that the NRA came out and they reiterated that Floridian sheriff's speech. CNN talked about it. Every one of those news outlets that I spoke of, and every other organization in this country that is affiliated with white supremacy on the level of like those guys that stormed the Capitol. Every state that believes in exercising their right to have a gun and to kill people, all those people were talking about it because it's a dog whistle for Republicans to stay in office, because they know no matter what, Republicans and conservatives, because those people believe in white over everybody else. They don't believe in equality and they don't believe in equity, right? So they want those people to come out in droves to vote for them, keep them there, so that they could keep taking away the rights of black people, especially because we've always been the scapegoat for America since slavery. They want to make it seem like we were the reason they hated us because of our skin and who we are and the fact that we were Africans. That's the reason why they had to put us in slavery, beat us down for hundreds of years, take everything from us, disenfranchise us. The money they made off of those infrastructures still keep them alive to this day, so that we're still disenfranchised. And then when people talk about reparations, they want to convince people, well, they're no good. They're black. They're ugly. They're Africans. They were slaves. We beat them. They deserve that. They don't deserve shit for it. This is the mentality. This is the mentality. And if it wasn't about hatred and disliking people simply based upon the color of their skin and who they are, then why was it that when after slavery ended, you didn't just treat them like they were human beings and do the right thing by them, or let them all go back to Africa? You couldn't do neither one of those things that was human or the right thing to do. You did the opposite. You created laws that further disenfranchised them based off of their skin color, based off of the fact that they were descendants from Africa. The very same thing that you claim slavery was not about. Y'all gotta understand this, and you gotta know it, and you gotta see what the end goal is for the whites in America. You got to. Yes, I'm talking about her. Yes, I am. I am very much talking about her. I'm also going to play a little clip of what I had got a clip here. I'm going to play the voice because what she was doing was wrong. This is not about black women against black women. This is supposed to be about black women coming together. We ain't going to catch all of us. We know that. That's Malcolm X told us that a long time ago. All right. But what we need to do is start looking at America for what America needs to do to put us where we need to do, where we need to be, and make us right, make us whole for all the years they've been doing us wrong. That's what she should be talking about. Not no shit about the reason why those boys were in that trouble was because they probably didn't have no discipline. They didn't get their ass beat. Mothers don't want to be responsible. It's the same stupid shit that all these people talk about on here. Those motherfuckers got fathers too. How come the fathers are never as responsible as the mama? It's always, oh, the mama raised them. Is she the reason? No, she's not the reason. Every child's gonna do what the fuck they want to do on their own. You ever notice how when you see these fucking predators, these pedophiles, and grown ass men that want to fuck little girls come on here, they don't never blame the dude, right? They always blame the little girl, talking about, well, you women gonna do what you want to do. How come it's always another way to look at it when it's the women and never giving those motherfucking dudes the accountability they deserve? This is what I'm talking about with her. And it's not even about that. It's about black women understanding, fuck them dudes. We need to be in this fight to make America do right by us. That's the fight all American women supposed to be in. Not about, oh, I want to vote Republican because I'm a divester and I want to fuck white men, or I'm going to vote as a Democrat because I like fucking black men. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I care about, are the little black girls going to have the same opportunities I had and more going further into the future in this country? Or are they going to be being pushed to the back because they're black, because black women are not out here fighting for the rights of women and black women the way they do for everybody else? That's what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with that. That's right. Sexism and misogyny. Yeah, and it's always blame the little girls, blame the women. These motherfuckers walk around doing all types of ridiculousness. All right, so let me stop talking about that. Let me try to get this clip because I want you to hear it. I wish I could show it to you. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if I should do that because I really don't want this lost, because I want people to understand that these races coming up that we have to vote in soon, they're going to make or break black people. You got to really understand that. And you can't be on that bullshit where you're a Republican or a Democrat and you're going to vote down the line because what you believe in and you part of the party. That's bullshit. You got to really be out here voting for people that's going to be caring about what happens to us. Not what happens to black people on the whole, but they got to be specifically talking about employment programs for black women, increases in our pay, child care, education, business opportunity, money to get to the business opportunity. We need that. There's another video I'm putting together too. I still didn't forget the other one I have to do. I just came on here fired up today because I tried to get through to voice my frustration, but she was either blocking me or I couldn't get through because I didn't understand that setup. All right. But I was trying to let her know you're doing a disservice to Black women. And I know you're not going to receive my message because y'all got all this click shit going on YouTube, but you got to be, you're not a little kid. You're not in high school. You can't be like you the fucking Montagues against the Capulets where it's the Black dudes gang versus the Black women's gang. Fuck that. That's bullshit. Throw that to the side. When you stop fucking with dudes, you don't got to worry about Black femicide. You don't got to worry about domestic violence. You don't got to worry about child sexual assault, the taking of your lives because they not in your life. Only thing you got to worry about is being strapped up, walking down these streets, ready to protect yourself, whatever that may look like. So you get to work safe, get home safe, and you take care of your children safe. The things you need to be concerned with is this governor has been in office how long? What the fuck has he done for Black women? He's tried to take as many rights away from us in Florida as he can. So now, who is it out there that is going to come against this motherfucker? Or do I have to get my sneakers on, put on a pair of sweatpants and a fucking hoodie and go from door to door with a petition and tell you I'm running for a governor? Can you please sign for me so that I can get my ass on the ballot and run up and down the neighborhoods every Saturday and Sunday in my car with a fucking billboard or whatever it takes to let you know I'm about to challenge this motherfucker. If you don't like what he's saying, step the fuck up. Stop sitting there and getting your ass whooped and taking it. And that goes in all aspects of your life. If you care about your children's future, especially your little Black girls, get the fuck up and stop taking this shit that's going on here. That goes for everything. The fucking petition that I got circulating, get on that shit. Get on it. Sign it. 543 times. Sign it. Call your own representatives. Tell them, yo, we got a Black femicide problem. We want some fucking attention for. Get on it. Hey, we don't have this in our communities for our kids. Get up. Get on it. If you gotta start like what Asia said the other day, because Asia was very helpful. If you gotta start a meetup in your community for whatever it is you feel you lacking in that community, daycare, after school care, what is the other shit kids need? Some type of recreation center, some rec, whatever you need. Get a meetup, get any type of social media for that particular area. Get the Black women who are going to be involved, who are going to have the big mouths that they accuse us New Yorkers of having. Damn right. Proudly so. Get a big mouth like me and others that are actually going to put the energy behind that talk and make fucking changes where you live. Fuck the niggas. Do it for yourself. We've always been doing it for ourselves. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for these people to roll out laws where your ass is forever the underclass? Because that's what they want by 2050. Is anybody home? Are y'all hearing me? That is what they want. So people like her and others, you're going to have to start turning that shit around. You're going to have to. I'm sorry. It's allergy season. It's getting me. You're going to have to turn that shit around. You're going to have to. And you're going to have to start telling them, nah, man. The issues that we have in life are bigger than just complaining about fucking Black males. We don't ever have to have shit to do with. We need money. We need better neighborhoods to live in. We need better services in our neighborhoods. That's the shit we need to be on here talking about. Not no fucking dude named Tyrone or anybody else or some fucking pedophile that's waiting for June to come and he want to try to get at the 18-year-olds. You know what you do for him? You have a fucking shotgun waiting or a 9mm to send that motherfucker where he belongs. And let your daughters know, little girl, if any grown man has the fucking audacity to step to you, bring him right to my motherfucking door. so I could put him in my backyard. You understand? Stop playing with these motherfuckers. Stop playing with them altogether, because it's that simple. It's that simple. It's really that simple. I don't know how many of you knew, but Bourbon Bougie, right? Go on her page and see this shit. She put up a post of a grown-ass man DMing a 15-year-old little girl talking about how he liked them young and tender. The little girl showed it to her mother. They had a little back and forth on the I think it was TikTok or wherever the hell the post came from. And the woman told her, I'm taking this to the police. Oh, it wasn't me, lady. You don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't me. All this bullshit. It was him. It was him. And that's what you're supposed to do. And if you live in a state where you could carry, especially if you live in Florida, where you don't have to do shit no more, but go buy a gun, every black woman in Florida needs to be carrying. Okay? I know you got to work. I know you got to pick up your kids and go back and forth with them. You should have 2 guns. One on your hip, one on your leg. You could get wherever you put it, either shoulder, hip, wherever you could get to it the fastest. If you have to fight somebody off, you can pull it up or pull it out and stay close to the body and let off 2 shots immediately. Boom, boom. That's going to knock them down, if not take them out. Outside of that, what's up, Love Wisdom? Outside of that, you keep another one on the bottom part of your body, ankle, thigh, whatever. If you like to wear skirts and shorts, have the holster, or it's other bands that hold guns for women that go around your thigh. Have them on your thigh. So that if you have to wrestle with a motherfucker and you get down, you get low, get that gun, shoot the abdomen up. Do you hear what I'm saying? Point the gun to the abdomen up towards the sky. It will send the bullet through the body out through the top of his fucking head. Do you understand me? Okay? That's how you got to deal with them. If they coming for you, you come for them. It's that simple. And especially when they're fucking with your children. Period. So anyway, let me, I was talking, getting all hyped up like I always do. I need to get this clip because I really couldn't understand her. I'm like, why are you doing this, young lady? Like, what is wrong with you? I can understand if you dislike black males, but you're never supposed to let that shit cloud your judgment for every part of your life. That's only going to fuck you up in the long run. That's not what you do. And believe me, I'm not sitting here going, it's not all of them or there's some good ones. I don't care about none of that shit. I care only about black women, what we need in this life to do better for us and our kids, especially our daughters, since these are the children of ours that those motherfuckers want to target, which is our little girls. So you need to be out here worrying about what's good for you, your path in life, and what's good for that little girl that's coming behind you. Fuck all the rest of this shit. Fuck it all. Because when it comes down to it, black women, hear me, you got a war in Ukraine. You got 3 other wars all around this world that nobody talks about. There's one in Mexico going on right now. About 4 or 5 of them in Africa. There's one in Turtle Island. There's a whole bunch of them all over the place. Okay? There's probably more that I don't know of. Whenever these people go to war, they stop the import, export all over the world. That means that it makes things that we use every day harder to get. The prices go up. People lose their jobs. People get more frustrated. They get more violent. Crime increases. Okay? That's the shit they leave out on these news. What is this? What is that shit when they press conferences? When they come on here, I'm gonna read that in a minute. They come on here and they talk shit about crime and making the black male the face of crime when it's more elements to crime and more elements to having a bad life that they're not factoring in, that they're not mentioning because it does not fit their political agenda. That's what I want y'all to always understand. Hold on. You say you woke now, what? Every black woman in Florida, Texas, and Kentucky should be strapped. Let me put that up. Thank you for bringing up Texas and Kentucky. Are y'all aware of the fact that this morning, for people in Kentucky, Louisville, my sister lives there. That's how I knew about it in the news. Listen, they went into the bank today. They ran up in the bank. They tried to do the bank. They end up damn near killing 3 cops. Mississippi, sorry, Kentucky is hot right now. But what she's saying, when you live in those places when you can carry, you need to be doing that. Okay? Because suppose they killed everybody in the place. And yes, it was a mass shooting. It was. Even if you get killed, you're supposed to die trying. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, black women? You're never supposed to be openly vulnerable. You're supposed to always have something to equalize the situation if you can't handle yourself. And even if you can handle yourself, if a person got a gun, you should have a gun. Because that situation probably didn't go as bad as it was because maybe somebody was strapped in there outside of them or whatever. I don't know, right? But you need to give yourself that option. That's why what she's saying is important. Texas, that's a whole nother animal. They are fucking crazy and retarded as the day is long. They're trying to become their own country with inside of a country. That means that if they remove themselves from the protections of America, no laws that are existing in America apply to them. So they have the ability to put black people in captivity just like that if they want to. If black women are not strapped in that state, they're going to have a hell of a time. They could decide to put y'all in concentration camps, throw y'all all in jail, have firing squads on y'all if they decide to make themselves a country inside of a country. Y'all need to think about that. And if there's any way you can fight that, you need to be fighting that shit. Because they're not trying to do that because they're looking out for your benefit. The reason they're really trying to do that is because there was a little bit of oil found in Texas, right? So now that they got a little bit of oil, and you know what I mean, outside of the regular, right? They feel like they don't want to share it with America. So if we pull away and we're our own entity, we don't have to share shit with you no more. They're being petty like children like that. So all you black people in Texas, y'all really need to be paying attention to that fucked up state you live in because they're really trying to fuck y'all over in the long term of things. It's not a good place to live. It really is not. Y'all think what you think, know what you know, but if they're trying to do that, because they damn sure tried to do it before and they were not allowed to, but if they are successful this time, you're not going to have a very good life. If you know the history of Texas the way I do, that's not a good fucking move, especially not for black people. That shit ain't called the Lone Star for nothing. All right? They have a long history of that. Texas Ranger bullshit and all that. They're fucking, that's real KKK shit right there. So you can play with that if you want to. You can play with that if you want to, but you need to be on that. Yeah, I'm sure Tennessee is ready to go back. Our slave state is ass back. A lot of them are, and man, they want to hurt black. Listen, I explained it earlier. They have to maintain the anti-blackness to maintain control. Okay? In a real democracy, everybody is made whole. This is not a democracy. There's no real definition that you could give to what really goes on here in America because there's so many pieces of everything, but this is not a democracy. But they need to keep you the bad guy so that other people do not unite with you and overthrow them. That's it. They know it. You need to know it. That's why all this shit happens the way it does. They must maintain control. And the way to do that is to keep everybody fucking focused on you. Well, not black women, but focused on these black males and make these black males responsible for all the crime in the world when they're not. Are they responsible for all the crimes in black communities and some others? Absolutely. But are they the reason why everybody's life in America is fucked up? No, they definitely are not. And that's honesty, right? Because they're not responsible for state budgets. They're not responsible for hiring and firing people. They're not responsible for giving people emergency services when they need them and then taking them away to make their lives really bad like they just did with the TANF including everything from food stamps to Social Security, extra money, and etc. etc. They don't have no call in that, none at all. Those are the things that are literally making life bad for people in America. But when people are hungry, angry, fed up, frustrated, feeling helpless, feeling hopeless, they'll look at the news and go, yeah, those three little black motherfuckers, yeah, look at them. They just like all the rest of them. They do all this shit. They make our countries and our communities fucked up. All of them are fucked up. That's how they think. And so when they go to the booth to vote, they know they know a motherfucker like Ron DeSantis is going to be detrimental to them too. But because he's sitting there going, we're going to reel these little black motherfuckers in and make them stop all this crime in our communities. We're going to handle them. They'll vote for him. And then they will cry when he fucking comes for them too. Because he will. Because he's white and that is what they do in America. But foreigners don't understand that until it's too late. It's true. If you search YouTube, you'll find many stories of Asian people, Hispanic people, and others who thought that there was a real thing as the American dream. And then they found out that it's a lie. Yeah, they're going to find out. All right, so let me get to this. I don't have to mute because I'm just going to play it because I want y'all to hear this shit because I'm like, she's bugging. She's completely bugging. But, you know, it is what it is. All right, I got to, how am I going to do this? I can minimize it, I guess. I don't know. How can I do it? Anyway, hold on. Let me play it for y'all. Oh, here we go. Where's the volume on this? How come I can't hear it? What happened? I can't hear it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm having technical difficulties. All right, I'll tell you what. Fuck it. Let me go get it. Hold on, y'all. Is she still live? Let me see. She is. Hold on, I'm going. Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to hear this shit. I want y'all to hear this shit. Shh. Let him talk. Here we go. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. So y'all mean to tell me I'm playing a video, y'all can't hear it? You can't hear it at all. And I don't want to show her, put this on here because I don't want her to copyright. Hold on, let me turn on the other computer. Hold on. I'm gonna get it for y'all. I want y'all to hear what the sheriff had to say. Okay, don't worry, I'm gonna straighten it out now, right? I'm gonna get the other computer, it'll be all right. I'll put the mic towards it to make it as loud as possible. Hold on, y'all. Cause the sheriff, you know, he's doing what they normally do. I can't say anything about that. They do, that's just what they do. All right, hold on, y'all. So I got to get to the part of the sheriff. All right, let me see. What is the deal? All right, hold on.
30th, we received a call near
Yeah, it's slow. Let me put that thing over there. Hold on.
where our first victim, Layla Silvernail, was located suffering from a gunshot
Let me,
wound.
can y'all hear this?
She would later succumb to her injuries. The following morning, we responded
Can
to
y'all
a
hear?
location about a half a mile away and located a second victim deceased on the side of the road from an apparent gunshot wound. Then on Saturday, April 1st,
Answer me, y'all. Can y'all hear anything?
Layla's car abandoned.
Can you hear it?
In a pond about 9 miles from the location where she was found. The investigators located.
The only problem with this is I think I did choose the one that doesn't have the loudest volume.
Yeah, the volume is real low.
Can y'all hear this? Okay. There's one that's louder, and I'll be looking for it.
Third victim inside of the car. And I'll go ahead and tell you because you've been asking me for specific details. It's located in the trunk. Now, I want to clear up before we get into those details. Based on the interviews, digital evidence from her phone.
Hold on, let me try this. If I could get it on here, maybe we can hear it louder because it's a cell phone and it amplify more. Because I want y'all to hear this dude talking shit.
Stop to these buildings. Somebody's got to call them out. Then crime. If your parents are taking, I'm so with that.
They did. We have nothing specific.
Okay.
It's ugly. You should get locked up for. And then you got the.
In a week. On a triple homicide.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
People ask me all the time.
These fucking commercials, man.
They, the one on the right, that nigga sort of, he asked him.
I don't give a fuck if they're ugly. I want to hear this dude talking shit.
These helicopter moms that everything the child does, that she's right up on.
Y'all see the stupid shit I'm talking about?
Go to school for him.
You see what I mean?
So,
like,
but he's really not going into all of that, but he's calling out the fact that they're going to manifest.
He's calling out the fact that he needs white people to vote for Republicans when Republicans have the chance to win everything that's Democratic. Because we all know, as Black people in America, the Republican Party no longer worries about the benefit of Black people. Now, back in slavery, they were the ones that pulled us out of slavery. They were the ones that put us into the Freedman's Bureau, set us up from, I forget the years, I used to know it, goddamn. But right after slavery, it was the most Black people ever that were in political office in America, right? Then, right after they started getting rid of those Black people, there were no Black people in office for the next 20 years. And then it started sprinkling up to the point that we're at today. This is real. So this is what they're doing. They want to go back to shit like that so that they can have ultimate control over everything everybody does. Can you imagine? Think for a minute. Can you imagine how fucked up this country would be if there were no Black people in office, no Hispanics, nobody but white men? Do you know that you would literally be back in slavery? Because do you see what they did and what they're doing with Roe versus Wade? And now the fact that because they were not able to blanket the whole country with the ability not to have an abortion, now they're going after the medication to take all the rights away from women all over the country. Can you just imagine how fucked up this place would be if everywhere you went was a white racist man? Can you imagine that shit? That's what they're trying to do. This is why it's so important to put everybody from all other races in office, to have diversity in the mind, not just in the skin color, because you can have all types of different people with the like mind that'll fuck you up just the same. But you need to have people that think independently. Let's get back to this shit.
That's what he's tapping into.
I want him to talk.
They
Damn.
He didn't get his driver's license.
A lot of people don't have their driver's license. That don't mean shit.
So
one, I've wanted to tell you anything. They have had a leash on me like you wouldn't believe. Next. Let's get somebody new. Hold back. You heard the bosses. See what? Go ahead.
The one subject, previous photo, Rob Robinson was investigated at the juvenile detention facility. And the Christopher Act. I don't know he was president. At his house. They weren't on the run or anything, man. Yes. They were very surprised. Are you able to make any statements as to what they said? I'll leave that to the sheriff.
No, you'll get that eventually. We told you he was in DJJ. He was arrested by OPD the next morning after the murder. And a fray at the school. Oh, that's what I call a light bulb coming on right there.
He's hanging out, stealing cars, robbing people, killing people, and then he has the nerve to be at school. Scared. Bitch.
Remember I just talked about minimizing and holding students accountable? Our school districts, not just here, I'm not going to point out just mine. School districts across this state and across this nation need to quit minimizing the actions of their students.
This, I just love this man. He's just on it. He's on it. I hope this shit catches on in this country.
Let me tell you why that's important right there, right? And why, if she wasn't so fucking stupid, she would know better. The reason that white man is talking about he wants the schools to hold these children, okay, accountable as adults is because there are several states in this country currently, mine included, that have laws on the table to hold children for anything they do to be dealt with as adults. Now, I know for those of you that may not think it all the way through, you may think that that's cool, right? That's what they deserve because they committed a crime. But is that really what they deserve? Because you do know that when they write those bills are not for little white kids that commit the same crimes. They're for black children and other poor children of color whose parents cannot afford fancy attorneys to get them out of trouble the same way those little white kids can be bailed out of trouble. So that's the type of stupidity I'm talking about with her and others like her. That is very dangerous to make that part of the mindset of black women on a whole, because I don't have young sons that are like little kids, right? But if I did, largely like this, I have grandsons, right? I have 4 of them. If they pass that law in New York State or any other state to make crimes that children do be equivalent to adult sentencing and the harshness that they deal with an adult, they deal with a child. Really and seriously, what chance does that child have for any type of rehabilitation, any type of life, any type of like warning or turning them around? Why would a child, regardless of the crime, right? Because I'm not saying they shouldn't pay for the crime, but why would you treat a child the same way you treat an adult, but only certain children? That is what y'all should be looking at, not the silly shit she's laughing and talking about, because I can guarantee you, if she had a son, and let's say her son was, because here in New York State, you can arrest children as young as 7 years old. So should a 7-year-old go to jail for 50 years the same way a 27-year-old should? Think about that, because that's the law that's on the books that these white people are trying to push about our children, okay? Whether you like black boys or not, What's fair is fair, what's wrong is fucking wrong, and what's right is right. Okay. Let me put this up what she says. So see, let me put her up. So what you say you woke, now what she's saying is for hundreds of years white children have gotten away with violent crimes. He's focused on, he is. I'm gonna leave you up because this is real shit. And this is what these women are not understanding. This is not about the personal thing like I like or don't like black men. No, this is about the collective of doing the right thing about children. Now, this 12-year-old kid, am I saying he is somebody that people need to go and make sure, he gets something done to him differently because he's just 12 and he's not as violent as no, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that he needs to be treated like a 12-year-old criminal, not a 27-year-old or 57-year-old criminal. He needs to be treated like a 12-year-old criminal because you have more of an opportunity to do something with him than you do with an older person. That is not going to change no matter what you do. This kid still got to finish going through puberty. He ain't even done with that. All right. And this is realities. This is not me picking sides. This is the reality of shit. If his community or even his household did not allow for the shit that he's doing, he would not be in that situation. And a lot of those situations of those communities and households are predicated on the predatory behaviors of the United States government. That is a reality, whether people care about what I'm saying, like it or not. And I'm telling you these things because when it's time for you to vote, you need to remember all that shit and not let it just be about, oh, I want to vote for the most harshest white person who's giving me the opinion that they're going to do fucked up shit to black males. Not understanding that shit going to turn around and bite you in the ass too. It really is. You could have it both ways. You could have a person that's in office that's going to do the right thing for crime as well as help black women progress. That's who you want to vote for. Not the person that's going to be talking like this dude about this child and black people in general, where he's not making a distinction until he comes to the crime. But if you listen to what he's saying, he's letting the white people know, I don't like none of them. I'm with y'all. That's what he's saying. You hear how they clapping?
And you always see on the news how they try to put these statistics out there. This city, this county, that county is suspending more black kids than other ones. Excuse me, but maybe that's for a reason. Okay, you ever thought about that?
Who is this person? I don't know who George Stinney is. Who's that? Can you give me a synopsis of what that case was about or where it is so I can read it? But that's the point I'm trying to make here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to stick up or protect black males because I know people who don't know me are going to, because she got sons and grandsons, she's with black men against black women. It's not that elementary, y'all. When we talking about the safety of black women and little girls, it's bigger than that bullshit. You have to really understand all of the extenuating factors behind why these people do what they do, why they're doing it, when they need to do it, what's the agenda, what they're going to most importantly get the fuck out of it. And what they're trying to get out of it ain't going to benefit you. It's not. But she said the clapping sound effect. Oh, you said the clapping sound effect is being used? It could be. It could be. But you know what it does? It gives the affirmation and the agreement, the nod, the condonance to what he's talking about. So that's why it's being used or really happening, whatever. But you understand what I'm saying? They're doing it so that they want to, again, by dark psychology, get you to convince you that what he's saying and how he feels and what he's talking about is exactly the way you're supposed to be. No other way. Because to go against what he's promoting is to go against doing the right thing. And that's what all this brainwashing shit is about. What did she say? Hold on, let me see this. He was a 14-year-old boy. Oh, he was a 14-year-old boy who was electrocuted. Oh, is that the little black boy from the past? Like over 100 years ago, where he was like so little and shit. He was like so skinny And the crime he was accused of was like killing 3 people with like a mallet or some shit he couldn't even lift. Is that the little boy you're talking about? Because I know his case from history. Hold on. He was a 14-year-old boy who was unfairly trying to. Yeah, that's the same dude. She's right. That's the same kid. And when you see this kid, he was like 98 pounds soaking wet, right? He was accused of killing 3 girls, right? She's right. But the weapon, you got to see this weapon he was accused of killing them with. He couldn't even pick that shit up. Like when they had him on trial, y'all, this is real. It's a documentary on this kid too. They had went through the so-called, you know how they reenact the crime? The kid could not even do what they were fucking killing him for doing. Yeah, this is the same kid. She's right. Go check this shit out. Because I think they had to end up pardoning this kid because of the fact that over 100 years later, okay, this boy been dead, all right? They killed this child. He was so little, so malnourished, he couldn't hurt anybody. As a matter of fact, when they strapped him to the electric chair, they had to literally like keep him in there with tape and different ties because he was so little he couldn't fit the chair. It's insane. This is what I'm talking about. So thank you so very much, you said, to bring this boy up, because this is an example, a historical example of what I'm talking to these black women about. Like you could keep that mindset about you don't like black males, you can't stand them, they repugnant, repulsive. I'm with you. But don't let that shit cloud your mind for what black women need from this country that's not trying to give it to us and using those dudes as a way to keep from doing right by us. That's my point. Yeah, it's crazy. There you go. Look at this shit. Go ahead, Juanita. This is what I'm talking about. Wait till y'all read and see this shit about this boy. He had to sit on the Bible to be tall enough to be executed. It was other shit too, like his frame was all little. They had to stuff him in the chair because you know when you get electrocuted, you're gonna move around and shit, right? Because they didn't have all the stuff they have today back then. So they had to like stuff this kid literally into the chair just to kill him. And he didn't even do what he was accused of. And he was another child sentenced as a grown man for something he didn't even do. He couldn't even physically do. And this is the shit that when you listen to sheriffs like this and to stupid black women like her, who are bigging up these people and acting like everything a white man says is right, and because he's frustrated with crime or disgusted by the killing, I was disgusted too. I'm also frustrated with crime. But because I'm a black woman and I know the history of the crimes against humanity committed on black people in America, I'm not just going to jump on the bandwagon with this white man until I know everything I need to know about whether what he's talking about is on the up and up or he's just some undercover Klansman or racist looking to get one up for the white people and one down for the blacks. Because that's usually what it's about in this country. It's always about race. It's not even so much about money as it is about race. Because think about, let me just say this, I'm going to get back to this. Or you think about infant mortality and when black women die in childbirth, you could be as rich as fuck. Serena Williams, they tried to kill Serena. You could be on welfare, a middle-class woman, own your own company. They will still try to kill you in the hospital, okay? And it is nothing but racial prejudice, racial bigotry, because they're doctors. They know how to save you. But because from slavery, they've been taught you don't feel pain like other women. You're a drug addict. You're a drug user. So you're lying about your pain because you want drugs. This is the shit they think about you. Your nervous system doesn't work like white people's. You can endure more pain because you're black and you're supernatural. And so when you say something hurts, it doesn't really hurt. You're fucking around. This is the shit they do and think. And this is why all those women die in those hospitals. It has nothing to do with them. They always try to blame it on the victim. It has nothing to do with women not getting prenatal care or not doing what the doctor tells them. The doctors are deliberately killing them because they don't go to jail for murdering people. They just don't. So they do that shit all the time. They're probably the biggest serial killers in all of America. Seriously. If you looked at their records, you'd probably be fucking surprised. Yes, violent crime is super high, but please don't let emotions cloud your judgment. It's true. I'm trying to tell you. You said is really true. It is true. She said, Stephanie, you're right about this. I want nothing to do with. I mean, I don't want. Listen, girl, I don't have nothing to do with them right now. Besides my 3 sons and my 4 grandsons. Okay, I don't even fuck with my relatives. I kid you the fuck not. Okay. Those people have done so much shit in my life and other people's lives where I look at them and be like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna stay over here. You better stay the fuck over there. You know what I mean? But I'm not one of those black women. I don't have fucked up sons. And I'm not gonna forsake my sons because I know the difference between what my sons have done, what they do, who they are, versus a piece of shit that is not somebody I need to give a fuck about. And if one of my sons was like that, I am woman enough to tell you that I will disown his ass quicker than you could fucking believe, okay? I do not play that shit. I'm a person, if you haven't figured it out by now, I am really about black women, people, period. I care about everything, black women, their people, their person, everything about them only, and little black girls. Black boys got everybody in the world caring about them. Now, if I have them, does that mean that I'm not loving them the same? Not at all. But I'm smart enough to know, and I am clear enough to know that the world treats them differently. Like little black girls, when they're in school, they get suspended more. They get harsher punishments, all that shit. They're looked at as little women, not like little girls. I know this. So that's why I say and do the things I do, because I know it's different for us. I was one. I've experienced all the shit they experienced. I know it firsthand. So yeah, no, I'm not like that. And for black women to come on YouTube or just in general try to convince other black women to be hateful towards other black women is fucking stupid. Because even if the lady does care about her son and she's one of those ridiculous black women that doesn't want to recognize that her son is a piece of shit, she still could vote properly for the collective of us. And that's all I'm interested in. Because guess what? Nobody has to fuck with her son. They could tell that nigga, get out my face, get away from me. And if he steps out of line, put him the fuck down if you have to. But that should still not stop you from treating her like she's a person so that we could get shit accomplished for us. That's where I'm coming from. You don't have to fuck with their sons. You don't have to deal with them at all. You don't even have to give them motherfuckers a thought. You don't. And for those women that are doing all that ridiculous shit, you know how black women are. When they get shunned and spoken to sternly by other black women that know better, they're either going to come around or they're going to be the type of fucking women that you got to isolate to the point where they don't exist no more or they can't do no damage to the rest of us. That's how we should be dealing with this shit, not what she's doing. Because believe me, if she had a son and her son was just joyriding, or not even joyriding, let's say he's 12 years old, he didn't even do shit, let's just say, and he's in a car with motherfuckers that have done stuff, and there's guns in the car, drugs in the car, he's going to fuck the jail too. No matter what, he's going to fuck the jail too. Now, is it right for her son to suffer like that? Because he's 12 and he was riding with people he didn't know what the fuck they had going on? That's a reality in this world that black people got to deal with. So when black women talk like this, I don't like it personally because it makes black women stupid on every level. Because you got to see through the bullshit and do what's right over all the personal shit, regardless. I don't know. I don't think she got kids at all, because most women that have children, they can understand things a little bit more. Not saying that you got to have them to be sensible, not at all. But as reckless as she speaks, she don't seem like she got nothing going on but scrutiny, and more fucking scrutiny. What Jackie say? Hold on. Jackie said, it's easier to blame the victim because facing the fact that white people still see them the same way as centuries before is, whoa, you stay up for a while. Exactly right. Black people love, you know what, Jackie? After this, I swear I'm going to play this shit, right? You are so right, Jackie. This happens all the time to me at work, right? Whenever you have those black women that start talking all that bullshit about having allies with other women, and I'm me everywhere I go, and I tell them I don't agree with that. I believe that you can network with anybody, but no one group of people in this country ever gives a fuck about black people like that. They're never your ally. They can work with you because they have something to benefit from it, but they're never going to be out here fighting a good fight for you because they don't give a fuck about you. Because the whole country is based off of anti-blackness. So when Jackie is saying this, this is the shit. This is the shit that makes black people uncomfortable because they feel like if they make money at a certain level and they get to hobnob with white people, fuck them, have children with them, marry them, now they think that white people are going to look at them as being equivalent to another white person. They're never going to do that. And you should never want that because you should never have to fight for that type of equality in any society, any country, because you're a fucking human being just as much as they are. All right? And because they set the standard now, because you allow it to be that way, because you continue to believe in all of the inferiorities that they put out in the world, is why it is that way. If everybody demanded their own portion of equality, they wouldn't be in the position that they're in today. It's really that fucking simple. And you do that in this country by voting them the fuck out of office and putting somebody else in there who is not a pro-white either black male or pro-white white male that only gives a fuck about white people. If you get them motherfuckers out of there, you can have a government that actually functions the way a government is supposed to function. It's not hard. It's just because, like Jackie said, people grow up with these parents that preach all this colorblind bullshit, but yet they're the most racially prejudiced motherfuckers you ever want to meet. They're the most anti-black people you ever want to meet. So when Jackie's saying this, she's right. Because this is why they always go, oh, get over slavery. It was a long time ago, when actually it wasn't. And that was the past, when actually it's not. It's still happening today in front of your face. That's the reason why here in New York City, fuck George Floyd. That's the reason why Eric Garner could be killed in front of us on television, on prime time, and nobody do shit about it. Not one person in Staten Island fought those cops, went to help that black man. They stood there and watched him die with people sitting on his back after he screamed out 5 fucking times, I cannot breathe. I can't breathe. And they watched him die right in front of him. But you know what his mother does? His mother is active politically in everything in New York State, the way she should be. She said, you took my son's life when I had nothing and no say about it, but I'd be goddamn if you're going to continue to take other people's children without me having something to say about it. That lady's running for offices that she couldn't get in. She's in everybody's fucking committee, making sure laws work appropriately. That is what all black women should be doing. Not this stupid shit Matt is doing right now. And people who are trying to push that philosophy of as long as the white people are breathing down the necks of black males, it's all good, because it's not. Because we know from the history of this country, your turn is next when they finish fucking them over. They gonna turn right back around and get you. They're gonna grab you by the neck next. So you got to think smarter than that.
Stop advocating for these damn kids just because they're young. I'm sorry. This is tough. This is not, you're not dealing with kids. What the fuck is wrong
They're
with
not
y'all?
kids. But they aliens in disguise.
These are little terrorists.
Terrorists.
They are terrorists, and they're hateful bastards. Yeah, somebody put in there earlier. This is like, I feel it was a hate crime. They just did that to the other teenagers because they were white. It wasn't about snitching. It was about the hate that they already had in their heart anyway. And we already know that, you know, you can these nakers, they can swirl and be with these white girls all they want to, but a lot of them are evil and wicked, and they have a lot of hatred and anger and rage in them.
Does she feel the same way when they kill black women and children as horrifically as they did those kids? And mind you, these are children. So children, what do we know about children? Their frontal lobe is not developed until way past 25, right? Because it's not a magical thing where as soon as you hit 25, all of a sudden you got some fucking sense. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than that, right? Don't we know that as a matter of fact? We have seen so many cases of it. I'm a fan of For My Man, right? There's so many women on there well into their 30s, still fucking retarded, who have gone to jail for life, been executed, given the death penalty, all types of shit for being stupid. We're talking about a 12-year-old kid, a 17-year-old kid, whoever. Charge them for the age that they are, not as something beyond their station or beyond their capability. She's not getting that. Second thing I didn't like was they're a terrorist, a hate crime. The only people in America so far that actually has an executive order, I'm coming to you in a minute, you said that where automatically you'll be charged with a hate crime is Asian people. They got that from President Biden. So if you hurt an Asian person, you will automatically be charged with a hate crime. But if you commit a hate crime, there is a criteria you have to meet for it to be a hate crime. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Like, do you understand what I'm saying to y'all? Like, her hatred for them is going beyond her capacity to think independently. She's bugging completely and sounding like a fucking fool and probably don't realize it. So doesn't Mad realize that girls follow boys? So the girls will be affected by this law too. All those kids deserve grace, but I get your point. You said, I get your point. And this is why I was so tight, because I was like, yo, she's sitting on here talking about shit that doesn't make any sense. But wherever she lives, she doesn't realize that there are other states in this country where they're really trying to fuck with little kids. Like New York State is one of them. Eric Adams, now I know y'all know a little bit about New York with the drill rap, right? That is a real issue down here because you got these little rappers beefing with each other and they actually kill each other, right? And they do horrific shit. So his thing is, because the law here limits him to the amount of time they could put them in jail and the amount of horrific things they could do to these children. Right now, our budget is like 2 weeks overdue because they're fighting about bail control here, right? And within this new bail control law, they want to charge children as adults. And people in New York State who have brains are saying, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're not. And rightfully so, because there are already laws on the books to deal with them. Why do you want to go so hard on children? Well, because he needs to win his next election. And he knows that with the poor people, he's done. He fucked us over. He took our jobs. He made us lose our houses. He got people out here like me that had to tap out all their fucking retirement just to make put money where money needs to go because you took all my money from me. He even took our fucking retirement, okay? He fucked us up, all right? All right. If you think we're going to forget that shit come next election, you crazy. We're not, okay? So he knows that. So he has to appeal to people who are not us, but we're the majority. We're the majority here. City workers in New York City, everybody who knows New York City knows. Everybody in New York City that's not rich is a New York City employee, okay? Pretty much. Or New York State. We have very few federal people that live here. They usually live other places, right? But New York State employees, New York City employees, that's all you got here. There's not a lot of like private people. Like the majority of the population here works for a municipality or works for the state. Like right now, right? I know this well. I'm coming, you said, and I don't miss it. When I was a parole officer, that's a New York State job. Every time the budget goes to the governor, we don't get paid. Right now, New York State employees are waiting for them to resolve this shit so that they could get a paycheck. Do you really think those people are not going to be remembering that shit come election time? This is why all this bullshit is going on, because they know those are mostly people of color and black people. So they're going to remember that shit when it comes time for them to go, I'd like to keep this job for another term. Do you think I could stay in this seat? How about it? They're going to go, well, you didn't give a fuck when I couldn't get a check and I couldn't pay for my children to eat, pay for them to go for wherever they had to go. I had no money to take my ass to work, but I still was demanded to be there. You didn't give a fuck about me. So why should I give a fuck about you? Let me know. Let me know. Hold on. Let me see. She said, what did she say? What did you say, sir? Jackie said, it's hard. I'm so tired of black films. Yeah, I am too. I am really too. Oh, but Jackie and you said, and everybody else in the chat, if I'm trying to get it was some stuff going on in the chat. If you don't know it, guys, there is another Black Femicide March, right? It's gonna be I put it up on my community page. It's gonna be in October. It's gonna be in California though. And it's gonna be the 2 women only that used to be with Rosa. Rosa's not involved in it. I don't know what happened. I ain't gonna speculate, but I'm going. Okay, so please, if we could get like a huge turnout, that would be so freaking good. Because let me tell y'all are doing great with the petition. No, I don't care. Ask other content creators, put it in the chat, email them, whatever. Get them to circulate this petition. Start your own petitions. We have to bring attention to this Black Femicide petition because they said if we get to 5,000, we'll get some news coverage. Now, I'm not sure. Maybe they're telling the truth. I thought it was less than that. But what's the lady's name that did the petition for the thing against Beyonce's mother? I haven't seen that lady, too, in a little while. Chris Logic. Wasn't it Chris Logic that did that shit? Wasn't she the one that put the petition up against Beyonce's mother with that bullshit documentary? Okay, well, we can do the same thing. And then that way, we can get some media coverage. And if the march is good, get some more coverage. But most importantly, we got to be the foot soldiers. We got to go to each representative's door and demand some action, period. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. So let me see what she said right here. If these young kids kill, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. And please don't bring that here, okay? I'm not with that. If you are of that mad mindset, go over there to her channel because I have children. I have grandchildren. If they kill, they should be charged as children and given the sentences for children. They should not be charged as adults because if you did not know, they are only doing that to Black children. They're not doing that to anyone else. So maybe if you have a child and your child does something, they should be charged as an adult. Would you enjoy that? I know I wouldn't. So sometimes before you go shooting off at the mouth to revel in the pain of another Black woman, because regardless of what you care about that kid, it still has a mother that looks like you. So before you go reveling in her misery, put yourself in her shoes for a change. No one is sitting here telling anyone that they should not be punished or held accountable for their crime. I'm saying charge them for the age that they are and stop trying to make this shit a political agenda. If you on that shit, please leave before I gotta block you because I will have no fucking problem doing that to you. I really will not. I'm not with none of that ignorant Black women shit over here. I don't call Black women mammies. I don't call them all that other bullshit. I will talk to you plainly. Will I cuss? Motherfucking right. But I don't play that ignorant shit over here. I really don't. So I would ask you to leave before I got to block you because that bullshit does not fly over here. Okay? It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. And it's part of the problems why we have this shit continuing to go on. When people are fucking stupid, you don't keep them stupid. You educate them so that they could change. When people are fucking dumb and they don't know any better, like many of us black people are in these fucked up communities, right? Especially down south, when they don't have any intervention, they get worse, lady. They don't get better because you punish them or because you fuck them up or you kill them. It will be another asshole to take their place in a matter of time. That is also what history shows you. The only thing that changes people is enlightenment. All right, I want to get to the part about New York City because she was really fucking me up with that. I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What this black woman is talking about in New York City has not a fucking thing to do with crime or anything like that. What she was talking about was the fact that New York is fighting the women that were attacked. The women from New York are, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my little thing so I can move it because of my nails. I can't do it. Hold on. I'm coming. Come on, where's that thing at? Oh, seriously? Come on. What? Oh, here we go. So I was looking for this. You know these I forget what these are called right now. These pens that you could use it like a pen, but it has the felt at the top so that you could use it on the touch screen. So I was trying to get this so that I can move this timer on here faster without messing it up. Give me a minute. No, I can't see shit. Hold on, what's Jackie saying? Agreement. Oh, this is a sick obsession some black women have with seeing other black. Yeah, that shit is crazy. They automatically assume that black. Yo, they did it to me, and I'm so used to it. Now I said, fuck them. I'm not even gonna fuck with them no more. Asia had told me something the other day after I did that live with Asia. I was talking to one of my sons on the phone. I was telling him that I was upset about the interaction with the other platform. He was telling me the same thing Asia told me. He was like, stop fucking with him. He's like, straight up and down. If you're trying to explain something to people and they have one mindset and they refuse to budge from it, you have to leave them alone. Just get the fuck away from them. And he's really right. She was right. Because she was telling me you could only reach who you could reach. I have been fighting that since I have come on YouTube. Let me tell y'all something. I don't want to fight no more. I don't give a fuck. Okay? You want to listen to stupid motherfuckers like, and I'm saying that. Believe me when I'm saying this. You want to listen to stupid motherfuckers like Cynthia, this new Priscilla lady with all this bullshit, this pimp shit. You go right ahead. And let me see where you at 5 years from now. Okay? If you still standing. Because all that is bullshit. You don't need no black woman anywhere on YouTube to tell you common sense. If somebody's beating your ass, get away from them. If somebody's threatening your life or about to kill you, get away from them. It's that simple. I don't give a fuck if you got to kill them with a kitchen knife, bash them in the head with a motherfucking tire iron, take a regular fucking hammer, smash them in their eye, pull it out, and then bash the back of their fucking head in. Do what the fuck you got to do to get away from somebody that's trying to kill you, okay? No woman on here can tell you no psychological shit that in the moment of the thick of things, when you got to stand toe to toe with a motherfucker trying to hurt you, how to get out of that situation. And if you're not smart enough to do it by yourself, then you just gonna get got. And you are really wasting your time fucking with those women. Because I'm coming in a minute. You said, you heard it from me, and I don't care if y'all run back and tell them, and they make 1,000 videos talking shit about me. Because let me tell you something. Ain't no man ever did no shit to me, and they never will. Do you understand? Okay? I'm not no miserable, sad, desperate black woman worrying about fucking no black male, because there's a whole lot of other men I fuck on a regular. Okay? So I don't worry about them. I don't give a fuck about what they do, what they say, anything. I'm raised right. When I see them, if I work with them, I'm civil, I'm polite, I keep fucking moving. I don't hold no malice. because they are not going to interrupt my life, because guess what? I'm not going to fucking let them. Period. They don't interrupt my life. So I don't have no malice towards them. They can go do what the fuck they want. No skin off my teeth. I'm concerned about influencing representatives to get what black women need in this world, and little girls only. I don't give a fuck about what people doing in their lives personally. If you want to go get killed, let me move out of your fucking way and let you go to where you need to be. All these other women doing that shit, they like black women. They like black males. They like fucking them. They like being with them. They like being involved with them while they playing head fucking games with y'all. Otherwise, they would be like me, not talking about them on here primarily, not having them motherfuckers call into the show, not having video after video after video primarily about them. I do not do that. You know that shit to be true. So they let them do what they want to do. They will continue to die. I'm not. Other women like me are not. What did you say? You said, I have no problem leaving people. Yeah. I didn't understand that you said, and you can ask anybody that watched me from the time I came here. I was literally trying to convince these black women, please believe me. Please listen to me. Please. I don't care no more. You ain't got to listen to me. Go listen to whoever the fuck you want. I'm not going to be the one getting fucked up. I'm not. You will. You will. Time and time has showed them. They come to black dudes, come on here and tell them they hate them. They can't stand them bitches. They murk you in all types of crazy ways. The one I cannot get out of my head is the 100 stabs to the black woman and then throwing her baby to the alligator. That shit is going to be with me till I die, okay? That is the worst one yet. I could deal with everything else. Decapitation, stabbing. Remember the other one where the black woman was living in the extended stay hotel? She had a 12-year-old daughter, had some fucking bum come live in her house. She's at work one night. This dude is raping and killing her 12-year-old, killed her 12-year-old daughter, stuffed her in the refrigerator, held the little girl hostage, her whereabouts, when he knows she's already dead, raped and sodomized, brutalized the mother, till the mother got a staff at another hotel where he took her to call the cops just to get away from somebody. That is a dude that while she was riding his dick, she should have took some type of blade or one of those hairpins I showed you, sharpened like a knife, and opened his fucking throat from ear to ear. That's for my daughter, motherfucker. Okay? But if they're not black women that get down like that, they're going to continue to lay down because the men or those black males going to keep killing them because guess what? They need to have them bums in their life. And because they need those bums, they're going to keep dying. And when you keep listening to women giving you reasons why they should be in your life and doing lives about matchmaking and all that bullshit, you're going to continue to die. So do your thing. I am no longer here to tell you, don't do that. I'm no longer here for that shit. If you love it, how's it go? If you like it, I love it. Because they're bugging and they're going to die. And we're going to keep seeing their stories on Black Girl Unlost, on Leia's channel, and everybody else. Every 8 hours, all the rest of them. We're going to keep seeing them on all those channels because they're bugging out. You don't need these dudes. These dudes need you. And if you get away from them, just like in the 1990s when the crime bill took all the motherfuckers out of the community, you will rise. Because if you actually do a little bit of history, a little bit of research and history during that time, you will find out that while all those dudes was in jail, those black women went to college. They became representatives in the offices today. Their kids went to college. They got off welfare. They opened up businesses. They did lots of shit. They became professionals, moved out the country, started living in other countries. They were doing a myriad of things that they were not doing while they were dealing with those dudes. So these women do what they want. Hey, I cannot convince another black woman to love herself and love her children more than she loves a man. I can't do that. I have already tried. I hurt inside when I see the black children die, but that's their mama's choice. Because all their mama had to do was go, no, thank you, sir, and go on, keep moving on. Because you don't need to have a man to have a child either. There's sperm banks all over the place. And if you get pregnant, you don't need to tell him shit. You can just keep on going in your life. Fuck him. But as long as they keep making these motherfuckers important and convincing people with religion and everything else that he's important, you need him in the household, you're going to keep having all this tragedy because he don't know how to be in a household. He don't know how to be a man. He don't know how to love himself. How the fuck is he going to know how to do right by you? It's not possible. He's never been taught. All he does is hate. He hates black women. And he tells you that every day on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, BitChute. Remember Mr. Truth? With why people should kill black women? You know they took that video down since then, right? It's not there anymore. I actually have a copy of it if anybody needs it. What else? All these crazy little men. All these crazy little men on social media and walking the streets with you. Keep that in mind, black women. I told y'all that in the last live. Don't sleep on none of these people. Stay out of crowds. They kill lots of people in crowds. Them and other people. Be mindful of shit. Don't play around with these people because they're dangerous. You need to learn to be just as dangerous if you want any of this to stop. Believe me, the way they kill black women, right? If black women tomorrow said, we're going to kill you back now. The first time somebody have something going on in their house, pew, pew, he's gone. First time you walking down the street, somebody try to get strong on you, yeah, pew, pew, he's gone. And you wear that protective gear that I tell you to wear because no one is ever expecting you to wear that shit. You'll make out better for it. And I mean it all. I told y'all about the Wonder Hoodie. That shit is bulletproof all over the fucking sweat jacket. I got one. It's 100% bulletproof. So they can take headshots and all that shit. You still gonna turn around and blow their brains out. They won't be able to blow yours out. They got hats like that, coats like that. Do what you gotta do to protect yourself. Now they got pants like that. They didn't have the pants before. So now you could be 100% geared up. Only thing that's out is your hands, but you need your hands, right? So I'm telling y'all, don't fall for the bullshit. Deal with these motherfuckers. Deal with everybody. Deal with the politicians. Deal with your personal life. If people coming for you, end them. If you live in those states where you could do that, hey, if you know you live in a state, somebody beat your ass, they go to jail, I'm going to kill your ass when I get out. Okay. Be ready for them when they get out. When they get out, be waiting there for them in the fucking dark. Wait for them. Soon as they come in, take them out. It's that simple. What we fucking around with them for? They not fucking around with us. Why are we playing with them? Women, when you put your mind to becoming grizzly, you could be grimier than any fucking person on the face of this earth because you have the element of being underestimated. Never forget that, okay? That is your superpower as a woman. Everybody underestimates women because they think that we're always an easy win when we're not. Fuck around and find out, I say. Hey, that's how every black woman should be, and it would be a better world. It really would be. She's a holla. Hold up. But yeah, yo. Listen, yeah, it is. All right. Email me and I'll send you the information. Hold on. All right, let me put my email up. Because I don't want to. Let me tell you, I used to just put it out there until somebody was like, don't do that. Because they'll get it. And I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. All right, so let me give you my email and I will send you the website. I'm not bullshitting. Let me tell you about me, you say, because you might not know me, right? I was a cop, a parole officer, and now I'm trying to do something else in law enforcement because I like law enforcement, right? So I don't fuck around when it comes to stuff like that. I'm very deadly when it comes to shit like that. So if I'm telling you something about stuff like that, you better believe it's something that I have done personally. Because I don't fuck around like that. I do not. At all. At all. And anybody that has ever met me in real life can tell you that. I don't fuck around like that. You fucking come at me, it's either really gonna be you or me. I do not play like that at all. I like living. I take my life very seriously. So if you threaten my life, it is my mission to take yours. And that is really how I feel about shit. All right, hold on. Let me give it to you. Hold on. Let me get it. I have so many, for this shit here, I don't put my real ones. So I have to get the ones that I make up. Hold on. And I got to dump out the other one. The other one is so full. I can't even get no more emails. It's ridiculous. I'm a bad YouTube content creator. I'm bad. I don't do my job right when it comes to emails. All right, here we go. All right, there you go. You email me, I'll send you the information. Only put you down, put that up. I will send it to you. All right. That's I have another one, but this is the one that's empty now, so you can use this one. All right, I'll send it to you. Anybody that want, not no dudes. Because I'm gonna check to see if you're a woman. All right. I see you got a YouTube channel, but let me see. Let me see if I can check you out right now. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me see. Where them three dots at? Oh, it doesn't let me do it. It was supposed to let me do it. Hold on, let me see. This is you, right? All right. Let me put that back up. Hold on, y'all. I don't see you. I didn't see you, you say. Let me try it one more time. Hold on. All right. I'll look some more later. But right now I don't see you, you say. So what's up? She said. So we meet. Hit me in the private chat. I met you at DC. Just give me something in the private chat. Remind me. Because I don't mind, but I'm dead serious. Like, I don't want to be giving you okay. All right. Okay, great. All right, I'll be waiting for it. But you understand what I mean. I'm not messing with you. I'm just like I'm trying to only look out for black women. I'm not trying to like do stuff for people that I shouldn't be doing things for. That's why I'm saying that to you. But okay, if I met you in DC, good. I'm glad. You know what? I was trying to find that lady's information. I lost it. The one who was speaking, the lady that was working with the domestic violence nationwide. Oh, you know who might know her information? That spiritual lady. What was that lady? Spiritual. She's on TikTok. I gotta find her. She was at the march too. Damn, what is that lady's name? Spiritual. Y'all know her too. She's the one that talks about guys all the time. Spiritual. Goddamn. I know her face when I see it. I'm gonna go find her. I'm gonna ask her if she has the information. Spiritual whistleblower. Thank you. Thanks, Jackie. Thank you. How you know, Jackie? How you know you was there too? She was there. She was there too. Yep. Yep. I met her that day too there. She was cool. But that other lady, I wanted to get that other lady's contact information because she has an organization that works with domestic violence for Black women. Yeah. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. All right. So let's finish this shit up. Hold on. Let me get to it. Is this the part?
So I don't want to hear these crybabies about this fucking cop stuff now. I don't want to hear this. This pisses me off. How about get that the punishment is going to be more severe?
I need
Pleasure.
that.
We buy
All right, there she go. Hold on.
Boys and girls, stop jumping out there advocating for these and just this whole.
All right, let me just talk about her. I'm gonna let her talk for a minute because I didn't really give a fuck about what she was talking about. But I'm gonna reiterate, right? She doesn't know what she's talking about. Again, this is New York City. She does not understand that this was not our police department, the NYPD. This was a special unit from the commissioner or whoever, right? Put these cops together and literally had them doing that. That was their job, to terrorize and fuck with those people who were protesting. That's what all, and this was last year. So like to be talking about it today like it was related to George Floyd and is representative of people giving outcry or pushback to what happened or just the environment in general in reference to these 3 children who did these horrible killings in Florida is 2 different things. You can't use that with this. Now, if you want people to yell and scream about we tired of this shit with these kids, okay, go do it. I agree with you, right? But do not what they, you know what it is. And New Yorkers, y'all know, I'm sorry, I got to do the click thing right now. They're always trying to group New York with everybody else, like we're like everybody else when they know we're not. And it is simply based upon geographical location. We're very small. We don't have a lot of fucking room. We can't get away with the shit they get away with down south, out west, Midwest. It is physically impossible because we don't have the room for it. That's why we're different. And when I say that, I mean, if we did some shit like that, do you know how fucking fast the NYPD would be on our ass? We wouldn't even be able to get 3 fucking blocks away. Them motherfuckers would come from everywhere, swarming us, fucking us up. That's why when I tell y'all, we do not have the same crime level y'all have where you live, because we don't. It's too small here for that shit. I'm gonna really have to walk around with a fucking camera one day and show y'all just how small it is. Like, it's big in comparison to, like, you got 5 boroughs and then you got Nassau and Suffolk. Okay, big deal, whoop-de-whoop. But when it comes to, like, the actual footage, like, it's small as fuck. So where you live, is very spacious. The only places in New York that's spacious in the downstate area like that is Nassau and Suffolk. And that is not part of the 5 boroughs. We're like living in a prison in public. That's how small we are, really, when you really think about it, right? Like, maybe I should show y'all. I'll do a little video. Like, I'll walk down my residential block and show y'all literally how close the fucking houses are to each other, how close everything is to each other, how we don't barely have any fucking parking on the street because it's that many fucking people. So it's difficult to do the shit they do in New York. That's why you have dumb shit like last night, true story. You know how they opened up all of these damn weed spots, right? So two dudes from the same area, I guess they had beef with each other. They didn't really tell us, right? They showed the camera, they showed the news. Two guys, it was one guy already in the weed spot. He's whatever he's doing. Another guy comes in to buy weed. They have an issue, they have an argument. Okay. The last guy that came in, he bought his shit. He turned around to walk out the door to leave. Before he could leave out the door, the guy that was in the weed spot before him pulled the gun from under his clothes, shot the dude in the head, killed him. What he was thinking, I don't fucking know. They had like a 10-year age gap. The dude he killed was like in his 30s. The guy who killed him was in his 20s. In New York City, we have CCTV every fucking where, okay? We got cameras in the street, cameras inside the store. You may commit a crime, but you better believe New York City NYPD is on your ass. And everybody knows it. That's why crime is not like that here the way it is everywhere else. Okay. He killed the man. They got him the same night. Day before that, some black guy, I think in Brooklyn again. No, the weed spot was in Harlem. Brooklyn, some black dude, he shot a cop. For whatever reason, I don't know what happened. He shot the cop, went back to his house with the gun, and was in his house. The very next morning, because of all the cameras in New York City, they watched that man kill that. Well, he didn't kill him. He's damn near dead now, right? He's like all fucked up in the hospital, but he's still alive. They watched that dude shoot the cop, leave, and they literally followed him in the cameras back to his home where they arrested him. Now, whether they caught him the next morning, we don't really know because they don't ever tell us the whole truth. They just show us what happened and the fact that they got them to prove to us that they're doing their job and that, like this mayor said and the commissioner said, they're not fucking around with crime. They're not like the mayor we had before where you could kill somebody and they don't catch up to you till next year sometime. Nope. They're catching motherfuckers within 24 hours, if not the same day, because some people, cops are like, they do foot posts in New York where they walk up and down the street, or they have patrol where they patrol a certain area consistently. So if you commit a crime and you starting to run, they get the radio call from Central, which is 911. They on your ass like this, and they're not fucking playing with you. That's one thing y'all need to know about here. This is not a pussy city. The people on the street will fuck you up. Those boys, those Proud Boys or whatever, when they came to New York City, look on YouTube, you'll see it. They got their ass beat in Harlem. The same way when that dude that shot everybody up in New York State thought he could come down to Harlem and do the same thing. They fucked those people up too. This is not a city for that. The people here are not fucking playing with nobody. They're very rough, okay? They're very sweet too, but they are physical like that, okay? They don't fuck around. So the cops are the same way. So that's why I'm telling y'all, it's not the same thing, all right? We friendly, but you will get fucked up. And the cops will tear your ass to shreds. They will kill you and worry about the fucking shit afterwards. I'm telling you, they just did that to a Hispanic dude last week. He was bugging out in his house, had some type of emotional problem. The parents called for the paramedics. The police showed up. Put the knife down. Third time, pow, pow, pow. You not here no more. That's how they carry on down here. So that is the main reason why when shit like that goes on, it's not like that in New York City. I keep trying to tell y'all that. They do not fucking play that down here. They will fuck you up. They really will. And nobody's going to do shit about it. You could call Crump, Sharpton, whoever, but you still dead. You still fucked up. Nothing is going to stop that. That's how they do. She crazy to me to say they messed up and they found out. You crazy. True. How you been? I haven't seen you in a while. But yeah, she's from New York too, I think. But it's real. Like it's too small here, and the cops have so much accessibility to your ass. Like even in the subways, they have cameras in the subways, and now because of your boy Frank, whatever the fuck his name was, that was a Kevin Samuels fan, and he shot up everybody on the train. Now you can't even get on the train without a cop showing up like every other stop. It's a good thing, but that's what's going on here now. This is like a police state, a police city. They every fucking where. So it would not. And even before them becoming this controlling because of all of the crime and them trying to crush it, it's never been a place where they let men fuck up women. They don't play that here. When those in New York City in 1997, because I was a cop then, when those domestic violence laws hit, New York NYPD did not play games. They will lock your ass up. You could go to court, tell the judge what you want to tell the judge, bring him home then. But when them police show up, his ass is going to jail. Period. Ain't no questions asked. And don't try to fucking fight a cop in your house because he's going to kill you. Literally, he's going to shoot you. His partner's going to shoot you. Everybody's going to shoot you. That's really how they do here. So for all y'all that think what happens where you live happens here, no, it don't work like that. And I keep telling y'all that. That's why this black lady you getting ready to listen to is going to be telling the city council here in New York City that those cops that were in that special unit, not NYPD, they need to be punished for beating up all those women because they was just fucking people up. Y'all just gotta go on YouTube and find and look at how they was fucking up those people that was in those rallies. I mean, it was one lady, little white lady. She came, she was talking shit to the white cop. He looked at that lady, said, "Bitch," pushed her ass. She went flying. Her head hit the fucking concrete. Wow! She ain't moved no more. She's just laying there. I'm watching the news like, do these people not realize that that's not the same NYPD police uniform? Do they realize that these motherfuckers is in full riot gear? Meaning they not there to play with you. They have been sent there to beat your ass. Do you not pay attention to the fucking cops you encounter? Like, I'm telling y'all something, this is real, especially in New York City. There's all types of law enforcement here, okay? But when you see the NYPD, they regular people with a uniform on. They there to like try to they've been trained to like try to de-escalate the situation. Calm down, chill, right? When you have other ones that show up with them, like if it's ESU or other people from other city agencies, they coming to fuck you up. They're not coming to play with you, right? That's how it goes. So you better off with a regular NYPD, like he'll give you the chance to talk. She'll give you the chance to talk. Somebody else, like a special unit or something, they coming to fuck you up. Because that's the reason why they're in that unit. And they wear a regular uniform. The other ones, sometimes they in plain clothes or they have a particular uniform that you can identifiably see that's not the regular shit that they wear. So why would you be jumping in those people's faces? But they were doing it. And those cops was laying their fucking ass out. They was fucking busting them in the head with bats and shit. I was like, God, not bats, but the batons. They was fucking them up. Throwing people over barriers and shit. I was like, yo. It was one dude with a bike. They took that dude and flipped his ass over the barrier with his bike. That shit was terrible. I was like, oh my God. Y'all making us look bad on TV. This is brutality. What the fuck? What? They was beating their ass. So when she's talking about this silly shit in this live she was doing, right? That's what she's talking about, and she don't even know what she's talking about. It's the fact that that was a special unit sent out there to fuck them up, put them down, and they did. They were throwing people around left and right. If y'all watch the footage from New York 1, you'll be sitting there like, oh my God. They was barreling through people. Let me tell y'all something. The New York City Police Department, they borrow military tactics to fuck up New York City residents. Okay? They do. They got this shit called a wedge that when we really want to bust your ass, we form that wedge and we'll bust through a crowd and tear everybody's ass up, right? This is military tactics because police in New York City is paramilitary. So they're not fucking playing with these people. So when she's doing this, she doesn't know all the things that I know, the inner workings of New York City, because I live here. She's just talking shit about a place she probably ain't never been to. But this lady that's talking, this lady is not talking about everyday NYPD. She's talking about a special unit that was deployed on their ass for a reason. So let me let y'all hear her, and then we'll wrap it up, because this was funny to me today talking about them, because those of us that live in New York City, we know, like, we tough and all that, but you want to see a motherfucker run? Let the police chase anybody, even me. I'm gonna break the fuck out, okay? Because I know when they catch me, they not gonna be fucking playing with me. So I'm not trying to let them catch me. Nah. And so that's how all of us are here. That's why you see everybody break out running. They be fucking flying down the street. If you driving in the car, they crashing in this shit. Like, fuck that. I gotta get out of here. These fucking cops. Because they're not playing. They're not fucking playing with you down here. That is really how they are. So she's hey. Okay, hold on.
Now BLM.
All right, here she go. She talking about shit.
Getting in.
She don't know.
Non-black women.
Okay, she talking about that black lady now.
For policies to change and laws, but this
So
is just
okay, let me say this too, right? She's assuming, wrongfully so, right, that this black woman, among many other women, because I wish I could show it to you, but just go on New York, Young Turks, right? She got this from Young Turks. Go on Young Turks and look up the New York City council hearings or whatever it is about NYPD. It's gonna be a billion of them, I guarantee you, right? They beat up people all the time. Okay, so this particular one, like I told you, was because it was only women, and the women's organizations felt like you were targeting women, which they were, and it was mostly women from different community active organizations out there protesting. Do I think they should have been out there? Hell no. But they're gonna do what they want to do. All right. So when she's talking, she's assuming, I'm talking about Mad now. She's assuming that they're fighting about bail reform. They're not. Okay. That's taken from the people at this point. As of last summer, we had like our last few like open forums where we could come and give our opinion and shit like that, right, to whatever representative, give your take. Once that shit goes upstate, you don't got no more saying that shit. Right now, the budget is 2 weeks overdue because of bail reform. So Governor Hochul just came on New York One today and was like, listen, I'm trying to make it clear what discretion the judge will have in new bail reform. I'm trying to make it clear what are the crimes that will be eligible for new bail reform. Money, how many times they've been arrested before. She's going over all of that, right? So that's why you don't hear nothing about that right now, because they're still fighting about it upstate right now as we speak. And they will not release the money until all that shit is resolved. So that's what's going on right now in New York City. This thing that she has right here, this was months ago. Months ago. So I'm assuming that she was just looking for something to like try to throw New York City in the midst of whatever the fuck she was talking about. But her timeline is all fucked up. And this had nothing to do with what she think it is. This is about that these women beefing that you're going to listen to. They're talking about their manhandling by that special unit that was put together for that protest. So they're not talking about NYPD cops. They're talking about a special unit, whoever put it together, the mayor or the commissioner, probably the commissioner, because the mayor got other shit to do. So it's probably the commissioner who did this. And now they're suing New York City. And they say that, you know, I got a concussion. He broke my arm, broke my leg, whatever, because they were really fucking those women up. They're suing New York City. So they go through these hearings so they can determine all types of stuff about changes to the police department, those units, if the person is going to sue, all this type of stuff, right? So now this is what this is about. So I'm gonna let her talk, and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let y'all hear all this silly shit she's talking about, because this is not about bail reform.
Arguing, you say you're an activist trying to destroy New York lawmakers, but all you're doing is yelling at them because niggas want to do crack and rob and steal and kill people. That's dumb. Oh.
Exact more violence upon us. We are saying.
And she's saying that the cops are coming into their communities and exacting more violence because y'all don't understand. Just like you saw that little 12, 16, and 17-year-old little makers from Florida, niggas don't listen. They don't listen.
No more. No more. It ends here. I'm Kimberly. I am an activist and organizer. I remember the very first day I went out to protest on June 2nd, 2020. I was supposed to go out on June 1st, but I turned on my TV and
let's get these
fucking commercials. I'm sorry, y'all. You know this shit how they do.
TV and what?
Yeah, this commercial shit is annoying.
I have to admit, I'm not scared anymore though. But on that day I remember seeing a police officer who I now know was a member of the SRG violently push a woman who looked like she couldn't have been more than 100 pounds
That's the unit.
to the floor, sent her body flying and fractured her skull. I said to myself, if they doing that to white women, I don't know what they're gonna do to me. And I took a breather and I waited and I went out the second day. And in that time of leading, I've led hundreds of thousands of protesters through the streets of New York City, preaching abolition, preaching against police violence. And in those 3 years of doing that, of leading those marches, of leading Black Lives Matter marches, abolish ICE marches, reproductive justice marches, I can't tell you how much violence I've seen.
True.
And the violence I've seen has not been at the hands of the people.
No.
The violence I've seen has been state-sanctioned violence.
Yes.
From members of the NYPD.
Yes.
From members of...
See, I don't like all of this reverse demonization. I can't stand.
I'm gonna let y'all hear what she has to say, but I gotta tell you this. That black woman is not lying, okay? I just sat here and told you. Those units, whatever she called it, SRO, right? Whatever. You see how it wasn't NYPD, right? It was SRO, whatever that lady said. That was a unit that was specifically put together for those protests, to go out there and manhandle those people. So when she's making these claims, she's not lying, because in my state, the police are funded by the federal government. Everything in New York State is funded by the federal government. They give New York a block grant, like a huge amount of money at the beginning of the year, and then towards the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year. They give that to New York City to do everything New York City has to do with it. So a huge chunk of that money goes to police, anti-terrorism, and whatever it is that the police commissioner feels they need to do to protect New York City, right? So when this lady is saying government sanctioned, state sanctioned, she's not lying, because the federal government is like the parent, the state is like the child, or how can I put it? So like the federal government is the grandparents, the state is the parents, and New York City is the children. So the grandparents give the money to the parents to dole it out to the kids. And when this lady's making that point, she's not lying. This is actually how this state works. So for Mad to be saying it's a reversal and she's accusing this woman of shit that is incorrect, she does not know what she's talking about. And this is where a lot of content creators go wrong. Like, you can't sit down and be talking matter of fact about a place you don't know shit about and that you don't live in. And you especially don't know how the politics work. You need to shut the fuck up. But I'm gonna let her finish.
It's just like the incidents of police brutality, using excessive force. When it comes down to Black people, I feel very confident that we could easily prove that they're killing more Black women, Black children are killing more black children and others than we're seeing police brutality issues. I don't know if you want to check behind me, but I'm pretty sure, God damn it, that I'm right.
Okay, she thinks she's right, right? It would make sense. You think that the amount of people that the police fuck up is a small amount, right? Hey, Rhea, when in actuality, it's not. They fuck up people every day. The same way black women are killed every day. So she said police. Now, she didn't say NYPD. So you got police all across America, right? So think about what she just said. So when you put it that way, depending on how many police departments are out there forcing their way through the streets, it is going to definitely be a situation of more police brutality against black femicide being committed, because we look how big this country is. Nobody's keeping count of the amount of people that they're fucking up every day along their day's work. If they did, it would definitely outnumber black femicide, because being a police officer, I can tell you, you get, I don't think I have it close. I have my old memo book. Let me see. Hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna let her play. I'm gonna see if I can find it, because it's in my bookcase in the back. If I can find it, I'm gonna try to look through one tour how many calls I had in one tour, just to let y'all see how many people you could fuck up in one day and how it would outnumber this. Hold on.
So I don't want to hear these crybabies about this fucking cop stuff now. I don't want to hear this. This pisses me off. How about become that passionate about the laws that are being broken in the first place, from the damn, whether it's rioting or whether it's not taking your damn license out when the cop asks, or speeding, whatever these. No. I'm all about it. I'm like, look, if you initiate breaking laws, I'm just not giving a fuck about black people like that. I just don't care anymore. Does anybody understand me? Y'all know I'm being kind of radical, but I'm just articulating the truth. You know what I'm saying? Anybody feel the same way? If you're beating people ass and robbing and killing, I just don't care about you. That's what somebody needs to say. That's what she should be saying. Fuck that. All of this defensiveness over niggas you don't know who are getting their ass beat by the cops, that's dumb.
It's not dumb.
SRG to sit
Before she continues, I just got to tell you, right? That's not dumb, because she's not thinking about it collectively, because once again, she's trying to divide it into black males versus black women. But cops do their job. You see, I was a cop. I'm not fucking around. They don't give a fuck about black women, black men, whatever. They're doing their job. Whoever they encounter, man, woman, or child, they're gonna fuck you up. Because the way we think when we go out on patrol is, I'm going home tonight. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. So that's how they barrel through you. Yes, you're gonna have cops that are gonna be patient, be nice, but then you're gonna have the assholes out there that are tired of everybody. And that's what she's not understanding. Those are the ones that are fucking everybody up. She don't know nothing about that because she ain't never lived this life. So I'm trying to tell you, right? So now my real name and shit is on here in the front of this book. So that's the reason why I can't put it up in front of you to show you, because I don't really want y'all knowing who I am like that, because, it is what it is. I'm entitled to my anonymity. Okay, so, but anyway, so let me show you how this goes. So when you're standing roll call, before you go out on patrol, you have to be given your assignment in your memo book. Okay, it's also called a log. So anyway, I'm trying to see what day was this. Where was I? Okay, so this day, there's a lot of shit in here, and you have to keep these. This is just one. What year was this? This is 1997. Okay, so when I first got this book, I opened this book November 3rd, 1996. The day I used this book up completely was January 27th, 1997, right? And I think I was working in Queens then. I'm not sure. I'm gonna let you know when I look at the what I wrote down. All right, so hold on. So this day, where was I working at? Come on, I need the beginning of a tour. This is in the middle. Oh, I was working in the 107 precinct in Queens. Sorry about that. Okay, so I got to turn the page because the day before I started the top of this page, 1540, end of tour, my last name, my badge number. Then the next day I went back to work is July 23rd, 1998, right? Tour. Wait a minute, does that conflict with the top? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, it does. So I filled this out wrong. So instead of it being date closed 97, it should have been 98. That was my bad. I just realized that. And clearly the sergeant didn't either because they have to sign off on these books. But anyway, so July 23rd, 1998. So it says tour 0705 to 1540. That is the way we do it in New York City, right? So 705, present for duty, 715, roll call. Sergeant, should I say his name? I'm gonna leave his last name out because I don't know if I can get sued for that. So Sergeant, whatever. All right. So he goes, he gives me my assignment, right? That day I was working the phones. It's called a TS operator. So it's TS. They gave me my lunch. It's 12 o'clock. I know what time I'm going home. I'm going home at 3:40. That's what 1540 is, right? All righty. Because they have morning shift, afternoon shift, and overnight shift in New York City. So anyway, this is not a good day because I'm not outside. I'm inside. I gotta find one that's out. Okay. Further down, right? The next day. All right. So 7:25 in the morning, right? I'm 1084, which means on post, right? Wait a minute. What? How come? Was I sick or something? Why do I have all this inside shit? Hold on, y'all. Why am I not? What's going on here? Unit training. I ain't got no post. What's up? Hold on, I'm trying to find a post. Oh, I called out sick. Oh, I had a line of duty injury. Sorry, y'all. I gotta skip a few pages. Hold on. All right. What the fuck? It went on for some time. This is years ago. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find one where I can show y'all how it works in the car. Station house. Okay, wait. What did I get? What was I assigned? Sergeant. Was I driving the sergeant that day? No, I was on restricted duty. Hold on. Oh, Lord, don't let this be a whole restricted duty type of thing, was it? Yeah, for a while. Jesus Christ. Damn, I don't remember this shit. That's a damn shame. Restricted duty. TS. I ain't got nothing in here while I was outside. All right, let me see if I have an older book. Wait, I got another book. Hold on. Let's see. What's this? All right, here go one. Let me go back. Where's the beginning of the day? Where did I work that day? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, I'm doing the overnight this night. Okay, so here we go. All right. So 23:15, present for duty. 23:20, this is at night. 23 is 11:15, right? So I'm present for duty. 23:20, roll call, sergeant, whoever, right? Assignment. IJK. Oh, sorry, that's the car I was in. So that's the car I was assigned to work in, right? And then when you get the car, you got to do an inspection of the car. So it tells me, I'm telling them at 23:30, negative results on RMP check, car number. I was working with some dude, Officer Lewis, right? Whoever that was. He was the driver. I was the recorder, right? So when you get in the car, you got to put like the mileage, how much gas is there, the radio you have, all that shit in this book. Because this book is used in court. So anyway, we on patrol. So we got to tell Central, when you call 911, we refer to her as Central. We tell her Central 98. We on patrol, right? So she knows. 2336 1010 shots fired. I was going to 133rd Street and 111th Avenue, right? So I'm driving over there with my partner. We answering to shots fired. 2341 90X. It's okay. We didn't find shit, right? So I'm showing you how this goes. Now, if we encountered people, we would have a chance to fuck somebody up. Now that's one radio call. Next radio call is at 1203 0003 1031. All right. So I'm not going to share with y'all what those codes mean because you don't need to know all that shit about New York City because I don't want to put no cops' lives in danger. So I could call out the shit. You don't know what it means. All right. So anyway, we get a 1031. I told you the first one, but I won't tell you anymore. We going to 160 39 97th Street, right? We go there, we handle that person. When you're on patrol, also just let you know, sergeants are out there driving around too. So sometimes they show up to sign your memo book, check on the scene, reassign you to other shit. This is how it works in New York City. So somewhere along the line, the sergeant came to our job where we were. We finished that job. We gave back this position. Then we got another call. So now we're on the third call, right? And remember, we went outside. We got on the road at 2335. Here is only 12:15, and we on the third job. We on the third call of some distress in New York City, right? We go there. We go to this place, 105 43 88th Street. Nothing really happening. We squash it. That's 3 times already with possible 3 interactions with people that could have got fucked up. I'm doing this to show you that what she was saying is not true. Okay. So that, and you don't know how many people is going to be there. It might be 1 person, 30 people, 10 people, 5 people, but all those people who have an opportunity, equal opportunity to get fucked up. Okay. So then, like at, what is it, 12:35? What is this? I had to go to Jamaica Hospital for some reason. So we over there. I didn't do very good note taking in my book because it should have been telling me why I was going there. So that's on me. Then after that, I have another job, right? That's the 4th call on 97th Street and 160th. We go there, we squash that out, right? And what is this? All right, then we went to go get gas for the car. Because sometimes when you're in the car and you're driving on patrol, the people before it, they supposed to fill up the tank. Sometimes people be leaving work early or fast because they got to go pick up their kids. They got to pick up their wife, their husband. They leave the shit half full, throw you the keys and be like, yo, do me a solid. Fill it up. Act like it was filled up. Fix the shit for me. And thank you. I got to go. All right, no problem. Cops look out for cops like that. All right, no problem, right? So we must apparently did that night because we went to get gas at 1:01:09. So that's 9 minutes after 1 in the morning. And we went to the Getty gas station at 11801 Rockaway Boulevard in Queens, right? So we got our gas. We let them know, okay, Central, we getting our gas, whatever, so that they don't call us for jobs because we filling up the car. After we fill up the car, we get back in the car. We let Central know, all right, we back. You give us jobs, right? So the next job they gave us was at 114. So from 109 in the morning to 114, we put in gas. Now we back at work. They give us another job. The lieutenant showed up this time because I see the lieutenant is there. He's there. He signed in my book some shit. I can't tell y'all because you don't need to know that. So anyway, we show up there. Domestic violence. So we show up there and we got a few cars with us because we didn't know how shit was going to kick off. So to show you how ignorant that situation was, listen to the time, y'all. Y'all listening? 1:14 in the morning until 2:07 in the morning, we was at that job. Me, my partner, and whatever other cops came to back us up. Plus, we had to wait for the lieutenant to respond because it was that crazy. Just letting you know. You see the time difference? But think about what I'm saying. The whole point of me doing this is to let you know how many people we come in contact with that can get fucked up. So what she was saying is not true at all. So then we leave at What time do we leave? And it's a note here that we had to deal with a disorderly group. So we talking about a mob of fucking people, right? I don't remember this shit. I'm sorry, y'all. This is 2023. This shit happened in. Let me flip to see what year this was. What year was this shit? This is 1996. Okay, I don't remember this shit. This I'm reading my own life like y'all are listening to it. I don't even remember this shit. So, but anyway, so when we finally finished fucking around there, right? It took a whole hour to deal with that shit. So that's the fifth call, right? Now we're going into the sixth call, which a little time passes because that happens. In New York City, there's not crime after crime after crime. You do get lulls where you could damn near fall asleep in the fucking car waiting for a call, right? While you supposed to be patrolling. We do all of that. We get tired too. We eat, go to the bathroom, all that shit. So then from 207, we cooling to 3:20 in the morning. Now we back at it. Another disorderly group. We dealing with all that shit. And I'm gonna just go down to the calls, right? So that's the fifth call. Then we have another call. That's the sixth call, 3:25. Then that's squashed. Then we get another one at 3:30. That's squashed. We get another one. We up to 8. At 3:49, that's 9. We squashed that one. Then we get another call at 3:58. That's like almost 10 now. Do you see? And this went on 4:03 in the morning, 4:24 in the morning, 4:35 in the morning, 5:03. So from 5:03, we do get a lunch break. So I see here, y'all can learn that one from New York. 10:63. That means we had a break. We on lunch, station house. So other people replace us. Look out, they cover our sector. So I'm chilling inside. I'm eating. Me myself, I never used to eat. I used to fucking go to sleep. So I'm probably knocked out till my partner comes get me. So then we go back outside at 6:03 because we get an hour lunch, right? All right, we do all this shit. Another call at 6:23. The sergeant had to come to that one as well. Then we was there from 6:03. We get another call at 7:20, right? Mind you, I'm supposed to be off work by now. Now I'm going into overtime because we supposed to go back to the station house to get ready to leave to let the other tour take over, but I'm still at work. So while I'm still at work, whoever is supposed to take the car over next that I'm in, they got to wait for us to come back. So anyway, or they get assigned another car, but usually they jump into the car after you. So all this time I'm still working, right? So finally, I didn't get that much overtime that day. My tour usually ends at like 7:05. I was still outside. I got back to the precinct. It says end of tour. My last name, my badge number, 7:50 a.m., right? So I wasn't out there for like maybe but another 40 minutes. But that was almost 15 calls in one night. One where it was like almost an hour's worth of work, where all those people we encountered, remember in that readout, 2 disorderly groups, right? That's all those people that could have got choked up, slammed up against the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Even if we take them off later, we do that. We have the right to do that in New York City, right? So anyway, that's massive people we ran into all night long that we could have fucked up if we wanted to. And we probably did if my memory was serving me correctly, especially in those disorderly groups, because you're going to always have people running at you, jumping at you, trying to be tough, trying to show off. And your girl was about that life back then, believe it or not. And it was not good for a lot of people that tried that, but it is what it is. And then New York City, they roll deep. Cops roll deep. Like if they show up to a job, it's not going to be like 2 people. It'll be like 6, maybe 8 if they're available. They're all going to come to make sure that nothing happens to those other cops. So these people are crazy. I'm sorry. That's that Citizens app I was telling you about. They did all of that because they found their cat. People in New York are insane. So, but anyway, I was just showing you that to point out that what she was saying about how, believe her, if you check the statistics, it'll probably be more people dying of Black femicide than police brutality. Just because it's not reported doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And I'm showing you literally through a walkthrough, one tour of however many years ago, and I was there for about 10 years, right? That you do that day after day, night after night. Do you know how many fucking people you come in contact with that you could fuck up? It's triple the amount of people that get off per day in consideration in correlation to black femicide. So I was just showing you that to walk you through, like, it's not a joke. And if it's a day where shit is popping, man, those 15 jobs could have easily been 35 jobs. I had one day in the summertime years ago, right when 50 Cent first came out with that song, that G Unit CD. It was so hot in New York City that summer because he came out with that CD. I swear to God, one day at work, I had 50 jobs in one tour. That is almost unheard of. Oh my God, I was so tired that day. It was not funny. We couldn't even get back in the car before Central calling us again and like, it goes such and such and such. You got this. I'm like, oh my God. It was like, and let me say something what that does to your body, yo, which is why police brutality is the way it is from time to time. Your adrenaline goes up and down like crazy because you hear what Central is telling you. With y'all, I'm gonna stop saying Central. What 911 is telling you, because y'all don't know Central. I know Central because it's cop talk. But 911, the dispatcher is talking to us inside the car. She's like, let's say my car is 90-20. So she's like, the way it goes is they call the name of the precinct, the end part of the precinct. So I used to work in Queens in the 105 precinct. So let's say they'll say 105 Charlie is my sector or whatever. They're 105 Charlie on there, go, right? Oh, we got this over here, such and such and such. Let me know your ETA, right? Estimated time of arrival, right? Like, so you're supposed to do that. We don't normally do that. We just let them know when we show up, right? So we get there, right? It's craziness. And it was like craziness all day. Because it seemed like people was pumping that album, drinking, it's hot, they getting high, and they getting violent. And we was running. I remember that to this day. We was running like all day when that shit first dropped. People was bugging out. It was like 50 cents mania in New York City. It was crazy for New York City Police Department. It was an insane day. It really was. But anyway, I'm off that now. But let me go back to her, let her finish this up so that we can end this live. But I just needed to talk about this because this shit really bothers me when people go out of their way to give misinformation and they do it knowingly. Because y'all know I was in the chat going, that's nah. If you want to know, ask me, because that is not what's going on here. You heard the lady herself tell you that was June of 2022. This is fucking April 2023. Why are we talking about this? The hearings was like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. So why are we talking about this?
For the people and say that you can't do anything about this is completely unacceptable. We are not asking you to do something about this. What we are doing is we are demanding, we are commanding you to do something about this. You work for us. We are commanding and demanding that you disband the SRG. We will no longer fund our own oppression. We will not fund our own oppression.
This is what's got to stop right here.
She doesn't know what she's talking about. There's nothing that woman said that was inaccurate, very true, and she's correct. See, what Mad doesn't know, because she's not a New York City resident, is that the New York City Police Department is a civil servant position. You know what that means, civil servant? It literally means in Latin, you work for the people, okay? So when people tell police officers, because I used to hate to hear it myself, I pay your paycheck. They literally do. They literally do. The taxes they pay to New York City, because in New York City, we have federal tax, state tax, and local tax. All those taxes go into paying the police department. We pay school tax too, property taxes, all the rest of that shit. But those main taxes go straight into their job. It goes into all the city agencies. So when that woman was saying that, she's right. And for her to be saying, oh, now this got to stop, because her mind is fucked up. She's thinking about bail reform, and she's thinking about crimes that black guys commit in general, when that woman, that activist, was not talking about bail reform, nor was she talking about crimes in general. She was talking about the what did she call it? SRO, SGO, whatever that special unit was. You didn't hear her one time say NYPD, now did you? She was talking about that special unit I was talking to y'all about, that was deployed on their ass to beat their ass for rallying. And everybody knew it here because what do you call it? It was on our news like crazy. And we had a whole bunch of forums for New York City residents to scream and do what she was doing about how the police was fucking people up, because they literally were fucking people up. And it wasn't NYPD, it was that special unit. It was them and them alone. So those dudes that was beating people's asses, they should take the heat for it. They should get fired. They should be civilly sued. They should have everything happen to them, because they didn't give a fuck when they was breaking people's heads on the ground, breaking their arms and everything else, and flipping people over barriers with their bicycles. They didn't give a shit. So why can't now? You tough then, be tough now to deal with the consequences. Period. All right, what's going on over here? What she said. Yeah, your life is in. Let me, Belinda, your life is in jeopardy every time you step out of that car. Let me tell you something about New York City. We got the projects here. They don't like cops. Do you know they throw refrigerators off the roof onto cops' heads? They throw everything off that roof to fuck a cop up. They have got many cops over the history of New York City. Look it up. There have been cops that have been killed from debris from the project roofs. Okay, there have been cops that have people just hate cops here. They have a right to. I'm not gonna lie, because I see it from both sides. I see it as a cop. I can see it as a person walking the streets, and I can see it as a black woman. They have a reason to hate cops here. This is no bullshit. Cops will beat your ass here, and they don't always have justification to do it. Okay, they do it. So she's right. Her life is in danger. Every time you get out of that car, you got to look around, because this is what we understand. We see people, and we only can keep the memory of the faces we encounter. But we got the whole city looking at us, watching us and remembering us. There's no way I can remember everybody in New York City, but everybody in New York City could damn sure remember one little old me. And that's exact. Let me tell you something. Even after I left being a cop, I still live in Queens where I used to work. I used to get on the subway and take my train from where I live to the last stop in Jamaica Station, right? For people that live in New York, you know what I'm talking about. So I would get off, go upstairs, and go shopping on Jamaica Avenue, go take a movie, because it's a big ass movie theater there. And it would be people I literally have arrested in the past, or had something to deal with them at a call at their house. And they come running up to me, hey, officer, call my name. And I'm like, the fuck? And I'm not even a cop no more. But I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? And then I have to remember, like, was I nice to this person, or was I fucked up? Because now, you know, they might not know I'm a cop. And even if they do know I'm a cop, some people still like to confront you afterwards. Like, oh, yeah, you think you tough in that uniform. I caught you on the street. Now I'm going to fuck you up. But it was never like that with me. People were like, oh, how are you doing? Thank you. I still remember, because I've always been this type of person. When I showed up at people's houses, I'm fair. I know what it's like being a black person, being taken advantage of by the system. So I used to do things that if my supervisors were aware of what I was doing, I would have got my ass fired, locked up, or whatever. Because when it came to traffic tickets, I would tell people how to beat them shits in traffic court. I would fuck up the license plates so that those people would not even win their case in court, because I knew that during different mayors in New York City, like I worked under originally the best mayor of New York City ever in the history of New York City was Mayor David Dinkins. God rest his beautiful soul. I worked under him. Then I worked under Giuliani, which was the worst mayor New York City ever had. And then I worked under Bloomberg, who was a piece of shit too. Okay. So between those two white guys that I was working as a police officer, a lot of people, they gave us quotas to fuck up the black community. And me and my partner, Denise, we used to go out of the black community and go into the white community like Howard Beach and Bayside and shit like that and write tickets when we was in different precincts, because that's not in the same precinct, right? But we would go outside. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you. When I used to work in the 106, they used to always want to make us give tickets in the black areas of Queens. Me and Denise used to go out of our sector into the fucking white people sector in Howard Beach, where all the rich people who live, the mob and all that shit. And we would be fucking writing tickets all day like it was going out of style. Those white people got together, like a whole group of them was complaining to the mayor, complaining to the fucking governor, complaining to everybody. They was complaining so hard that the fucking police commissioner himself came to the precinct me and Denise was working at roll call one night and was like, "You two better stop writing them fucking tickets in Howard Beach." That's the type of shit that was going on back then. So when we got pulled to the carpet and told we couldn't do that shit no more, we had to attack it another way. And how do we do it? We was like, okay, so if they want to only like generate revenue for the city off black people, we're going to teach black people how to beat them at their own game. And that's what we did. We told people about how to purchase a VTL, which is the vehicle traffic law in New York City, in New York State, what to read, how to beat the traffic tickets, what to look for on the traffic ticket, so that in certain sections of the ticket that we write, if the information is incorrect, by law, the judge cannot let that case win. So we used to do that shit, all that type of shit to make it even, because it had gotten to the point where they was putting out so many tickets. We had protests all over New York City about that shit. People was losing their jobs because they was stuck in court all day fighting fucking tickets. It was ridiculous down here. So when people are talking about stuff here, when they don't know what they're talking about, this is why I always say, leave us out of the bullshit, because we're really not like a lot of other cities. Everything here is mostly always a political agenda. It's not as simple as black and white, like it's crime, so we got to reduce the crime because people just don't know how to act. Never that here. Never that in New York City. It's always some fucking political bullshit behind it. Believe me when I tell you. So let's finish with this shit.
She's got less than a minute, y'all. I can't. I'm so triggered by this shit.
We will not pay you to exact violence upon our communities.
Look how she's talking about that when these nakers are going upside people that look like her head.
That's not what she's talking about, though.
Every few hours, every few minutes.
Now you see how she's getting shit fucked up? This lady is talking about one particular incident that happened during the rallies where a particular police unit was deployed on those people. This activist is not talking about bail reform or crime in general. She's talking about the particular beatings one day of one rally movement, not all the other days, but just one specific day where they caused over like 3 or 4 women to have concussions. That's what she's talking about. She ain't talking about that shit Mad is talking about. And because Mad doesn't know what she's talking about, that's why she doesn't know what the black lady's talking about. So anyway, when this black lady is talking about, we're not going to pay you to brutalize us, this is why you had all those lawsuits from the ALCU. Thank you for telling me that, Juanita, right? Where what this black woman is talking about is how they used to abuse us here through stop and frisk. Y'all know it. Y'all know it as stop and frisk. As a cop, I know it through the paperwork, which is the 250, right? So when we stop people, frisk them, throw them up against the wall, go through their pockets illegally, because all that shit is illegal, right? Even though police have a thing called a right to inquiry, where they don't need no reason. They can inquire shit. You give the wrong answer, gives the police the right to rifle you. So, but anyway, lawyers know how to define and expand on the small separation between those two rights. So when they did that, that's when stop and frisk became an issue in New York City, and then they outlawed it because it was a time in New York City where you or me could walk up and down the street. If a cop didn't like you, and it was a lot of cops that was doing this, they throw your ass up against the wall. Anything they find on you that they feel was a weapon or whatever, they could lock you up for that. And then they were doing other illegal shit like retaining your DNA against your permission. Skin sample, blood sample, saliva sample, a photograph. A lot of that shit is illegal if you are not being charged with a photographable crime. But she wouldn't know all of that because she does not live in New York City and she don't know the history of New York City, nor the laws or the politics. So when this activist lady is talking about what she's speaking about, she's 100% right, because all of these people who are fighting for change in New York City had lived through all of that police abuse. Period.
If you ask me, because I'm sure all of it's not getting reported. So she wants to sit up there and bitch and moan to the cops, to the lawmakers about something. What are you talking about? And then she's talking about you demand some shit. What you need to do is be demanding that black women leave these niggas alone and stop having their kids. That's what you should do. We get a lot of stuff.
Do y'all see the disconnect I was talking to y'all about? Now, she actually listened to the words that came out of this black woman's mouth who's an activist, while this black woman is sitting next to, adjacent to a white woman activist, and on the other side, a Hispanic woman activist. But she didn't hear anything but black males, when not one time was this particular activist speaking about black males as a whole. She was not even talking about the NYPD. She was talking about that particular unit she spoke about. I forget right now if it was SGO or SRO, whatever that shit was. That's what that woman is talking about. She's not talking about none of that shit Mad is talking about. This is why when I'm telling y'all as black women, stop listening to these ridiculous black chicks on here talking all this ridiculous shit based off of their own fucking issues. Like, clearly she doesn't like black men. Okay, I don't either. I give it to you. But you still got to have enough clarity to understand when they're the fucking issue and when they're not. Because she's bugging out right now. Because she don't know what the fuck she's talking about, but she going hard as if this black woman speaking is trying to fight against bail reform and fight against crime and how black women are affected against crime, when that is not what this black woman is talking about. This black woman is talking about the ass whipping that only the women got by that particular police group or unit that was deployed on those marchers, rally takers, whatever you want to call them, protesters that was out there that day. I don't even remember what the fuck they was out there for. I don't remember if it was George Floyd. Yeah, it was a year ago, so it was George Floyd. So it was either him, or in New York they do a combination because they always throw Eric Gardner in there because he's our person. He's our resident that got killed by the cops in front of us on TV. So whenever they talk about anything that happens to other people, they always include Eric Gardner as well. So she doesn't know that because she don't live here. So she's trying to make this about black femicide when, even though black femicide is very important, that's not what was on the table this day. This was about that unit, that special unit of cops, and how they was targeting women only, and how they was really out there fucking them white women. Like, they was fucking them white women up. Oh my God.
Saw right then and there. I promise you that.
Those hundreds of millions of dollars from the SRG and put it into
SRG.
our schools. Fund our schools, fund our children. I live in Harlem, and I'm telling you, we are living in the middle of a crack epidemic nightmare. People need help. The only
just tell the people stop taking crack.
I'm gonna let her finish, right? But this part right here insulted me because I'm gonna tell you why. I was literally around when the crack era hit New York City in 1983, and it was dangerous as fuck for us, right? It's nothing to laugh at. But what this woman is talking about is the symbolism of the crack era. We don't have crack streets like that now. Now motherfuckers are here falling down in the street off a trank, not crack. Okay. So she also doesn't know that about New York City because she don't live here. Okay. So when this woman is talking, when she's talking about crack, she's talking about the economic dysfunction it brings to the community, the actual people behavioral dysfunction, how it takes a total on the community. Like that's what she's talking about. And by that, she's talking about when crack was crazy, you had cops running up into people's houses without warrants, chasing people down the street just because they were afraid of cops and start running, shooting them in their back, shooting them dead, beating them dead, choking them out to dead. That's what she's talking about when she goes crack epidemic. She's talking about that because she didn't complete the rest of it. Like, she she means what happened during the crack era. She doesn't mean that we're all here on crack. People don't even use crack like that no more in New York City. They on other shit. But she wouldn't know that because she don't live here.
Get mad at the drug dealers. I don't know.
Violence that I've ever seen.
How are you gonna sit up there?
I just want to let you know the next woman talking is a Hispanic woman. The black woman is gone. So this black woman, she said what she had to say about her emotional feelings because she lives in Harlem. And let me just break it down for y'all, right? When you live in the 5 boroughs, there's a hierarchy of black people in New York City. There's the rich black people that live in lower Manhattan, which is by Trump Plaza and all that shit in Fifth Avenue. Nobody fucks with them because they got money. Now, all the people that live in the middle of Manhattan, mid Manhattan to upper Manhattan, those are the poor people. So when this lady's talking about Harlem, she lives in upper Manhattan where all the poor people live, right? Where if I get in my car because I live in Queens, I could drive over the Triborough Bridge and be in Harlem like that, 15, 20 minutes away over the bridge. So that's where this black woman lives. And when you go over that bridge, maybe I should do it one day to show y'all how fucked up it looks, right? It is nothing but poor people in a congested area with drug addicts on the corner. And when I say drug addicts, I don't mean crack. You still got people in Harlem like they did in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, laying down in the street high off of heroin. I'm not fucking with y'all. Really true. I worked in Harlem for NYCHA in the Manhattanville projects in 2012, right? There were black men with swollen legs, looking like the Elephant Man and shit, and swollen arms, so where they were shooting that shit in their body, sleeping on the benches for the bus stops, laying literally in the curb of the street, sleeping in the street because they was on heroin so bad. That was in 2012. If you go there today, you will see those same people laying all over the streets in Harlem. That is the drug, and that is the effect that black woman was talking about, that she referred to as the crack epidemic. That's what she's talking about. She's not talking about them being high on crack or using crack. She's talking about the effects that all of that drug use and violence from the police has on the community. That's what she's talking about. Now you're going to hear a Hispanic woman who's also an activist voice her complaints.
See, that's why I wanted to, in comparison, I wanted you to just think with me about the dumbness. Like, if I got anybody up there from New York, Northeast, y'all don't fall for this bullshit. If I got people that haven't seen my videos before, okay? Because, I know the way it used to be in this country, a lot of people feel like the Northerners were more, more liberal. They were more accepting of, Black people and gays, and they were more pro human rights and all of that. But you see how you take something too far with niggas, and
you see how she's making that assumption? Do y'all really remember how New York City was getting down with the gay people and all that shit? Do you guys not remember how they was killing gay people here in this city like it was all right? Because there was no laws against that. That's why black women and other women got involved with the fight to help protect gays and LGBTs and whatever they call themselves. And the law came into existence because black women were fighting for, see, in New York City, right? Our gay population is not older. It's like a lot of kids, like young kids, teenage kids, and shit like that. And their parents throw them in the street and they got nowhere to live. So New York City made schools, high schools for those children because their parents kicked them out because of whatever it was, right? They had no tolerance for gayness, all that shit their kids were doing. So for her saying this about, oh, they're supposed to be so liberal minded, that's not the truth. They're very closed minded when it comes to shit like that. Now the laws have been passed, so you can't fuck around unless you want to go to jail. But it took a whole lot of fighting to get to this point. And places like Covenant House and the attorneys that work with Covenant House, where in New York City, that's a place where runaways in New York City or anybody that runs away and comes to New York City, you can get a bed. You can get fresh clothes. You can get people to help you with whatever type of therapy you need. You can get an attorney to help you fight your case for whatever was happening to you. In New York City, we have that for teenagers that run away due to being sexually abused, human trafficked, their parents beating the fuck out of them because they're gay or because they're doing something in their life their parents don't like, religion, whatever. They come here because they're aware of it. They come to Covenant House and other organizations like Covenant House that have the attorneys to fight for those children's rights. They come here because we have a place called Children's Advocates of New York City. They will fucking fight anybody about kids, special needs kids, general education kids, alternative school kids, in prison kids, on the street kids. They will tear your ass down about children. I put that up on my community page the other night because I was watching something on TV and it was something going on here in New York City. And I said, okay, let me put these children's advocacy groups on my community page. So for the women that live in New York City, follow me, they know they can go to these places for help for with their kids being bullied at school, having problems with the principal, the teacher, the community board, whatever, the board of education, whatever. All these people will help fight them for you, whether your kid has a disability or not. So when she's talking about this, once again, she does not know what she's talking about because the information I'm talking to you about is how all of these things came into existence because of all of the shit that was going on that no one had any control over, which is why it is the way it is now. So this Spanish woman that's speaking, if she lets her play, because I don't know if she let her play. I don't see her here anymore. Let me go back. Let me just see. Did the Spanish person get to talk? I think, because like I told you, she was heavily focused on that black lady like crazy. Let me go back to the black lady for just a minute, see if the Spanish lady gets to talk. 1 second.
Less than a minute, y'all. I can't. I'm so triggered by this shit.
We will not pay you to exact violence upon our communities.
Look how she's talking about that when these nakers are going upside people that look like her head. They're going up the side of black women's head every few hours, every few minutes, if you ask me, because I'm sure all of it's not getting reported. So she wants to sit up there and bitch and moan to the cops, to the lawmakers about something. What are you talking about?
She's talking about what she's there for, which has nothing to do with the shit you're talking about.
You demand some shit. What you need to do
is demand
that black women leave these niggas alone.
Nope, that's not what she's there for.
What you should do. We get a lot of stuff solved right then.
Where's this Hispanic lady? That's not what she's there for, smart ass.
Those hundreds of millions of dollars from the SRG.
Okay, caller.
Come on. I don't want to hear this dumbass caller.
Who's the other caller on the line?
Or was it me? Oh, yeah, it was me when I was trying to get through. Let me let y'all hear this shit.
The reparation, whatever the hell it is. It's what women that sit up on councils and sit in front of Congress.
Is it 3229? Oh, yeah, 3229.
So she didn't let the Spanish lady speak. She went right talking shit. And I was trying to get through to tell her the same thing I'm telling y'all right now. But I couldn't.
I could just ramble and go on about this all day.
Yeah, that's all you're doing is rambling because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
And it's just unfair. that
it's unfair that you trying to rally up black women against.
Protect.
It's unfair that she's trying to put the battery in the back of black women for something that is not happening in this clip. That's what's not unfair. And she's degrading and defaming the woman that is speaking about something that is very important, that is factual to what she's speaking to. But because Mad doesn't know what she's talking about, she's shitting all over this black woman. She targeted the black woman when it was 3 other women by this black woman, but she only wanted to talk shit about the black woman because this is what black women do on YouTube. And she's 100% fucking wrong while she's doing it. And she didn't even listen to what the black woman was saying because she called that special unit's name about 4 or 5 times. But she said, I keep fucking it up. SGO, SRO, some shit. I don't know. I keep fucking it up. But she every time she spoke about who she was speaking to, the black woman activist, she kept yelling out that fucking acronym. She did not say police department, SG, but SRG. Thank you, Jackie. She called out SRG about 3, 4, 5 times when she was yelling and screaming in her speech because she wanted to make it clear who exactly she was talking about because she was not there for regular crime. She was there for the assaults and the police brutality that were attacking those women specifically by that SRG group that was deployed on them. That's what she was there for. Not none of that shit Mad was talking about. But I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can hear myself because I was trying to get through and I couldn't get through.
They're out here. Sometimes I wonder if these moms are thinking that they're letting their sons throw their royal oats or something around. Just so they're royal.
Yeah, like that whole let them be free. Right. And
where am I at?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And it's just,
and that's to set the justice.
I think it cut off when you were saying about the most serious. That's not gonna happen. But that's gonna happen.
All I'm saying.
All right, I'm done with that shit. Y'all would have to go back, look at that bullshit live, and yes, I said bullshit live, to find me in there trying to get through because I couldn't get through. I was like trying to call the phone number, and the shit kept saying the number you has reached is disconnected. I couldn't get through. Then when I finally got through, it was like I could only hear on the computer. I couldn't hear on the phone. So it was a delay in me speaking. And then because it was a delay, they hung up on me. And I had to call back twice. After that, I said, fuck it. I'm not going to call back no more. But, oh yeah, thank you, Rhea. Everybody, please like my video so I can get some damn rotation for the, for the women who want to listen to the stuff I'm saying, who's not on the same page with the, like Mad and everybody else. I'm actually just trying to be here for black women for real, okay? I don't get anything out of this. I'm just trying to really give information and enlighten y'all. And my message today was not to come down on Mad, even though I disrespected her quite a bit and I enjoyed it. My message is this. I want y'all to, no matter what side you take, whether you like dealing with black guys, you can't stand the sight of them motherfuckers like me, okay? Don't let that shit cloud your judgment towards what America is trying to do to mess them up that will also mess us up. Whatever they do to them, we got to make sure we come out good or come out ahead of that shit, and we don't vote people into office who wants to see us completely destitute. That is the point I'm trying to make with this video. So don't buy into that shit that she's talking about, because every black woman activist that is yelling and screaming about matters of fucking fact are not screaming because they trying to protect the black male. They are screaming because they are tired of the fucking injustice, inequality, and bullshit they got to deal with in New York City, where I live every day. I could honestly tell you, I could feel this sister every goddamn word she was talking about, because let me tell you something. I have been a cop. Thank you, Belinda. I've been a black person all my life. I've been subject to police brutality, even as a cop. As a cop, I've been pulled over several times for driving while black. Now, the way I got out of it, of course, was to pull my shield out of my t-shirt. Every other black person don't always have a shield they could pull out of their t-shirt. But I'm about to get fucked up just like everybody else. So when this black woman is talking about we tired of this shit, we don't pay y'all to brutalize us, this is historically the case in this fucking city. It is historically the case throughout this country. She was not lying. And because she was making that point, does not make her the shit, them fucking antebellum slurs that they call black women on this platform. That doesn't make her that. That makes her a black woman like me who is tired of shit that does not have to exist in this city. It doesn't really have to be here. If people just really do their jobs and stop worrying about being so racially fucking prejudiced and hateful and bigoted towards other people, towards black people. Stop a lot of the anti-blackness, you would be good. You know what I mean? Can y'all please hit the likes for me, please? If you didn't do it, I'm gonna have to start getting in the practice of doing that. Can all you guys that are here, please, especially in the chat, just give me a like, please, so I get some rotation. You know I'm shadow banned, okay? So do whatever you got to do to help me get out that hole. That's why when y'all search me, half the time you can't find me because they be shadow banning me because I talk like this every day, you know. And it's my right. It's my right. It's my right. It's my right to free speech. I'm not promoting nobody get hurt. I'm promoting black women get on page, the same page with other black women for the progress of black women in America. I'm not talking about relationships. All right. Save our goods. I'm trying. I'm trying. Save me. That's right. Look out for Steph. Look out for Steph. They was coming for me, boy. They was coming for me. With that last channel, they was like, you got one more fucking strike. One more community strike. We take your channel for good. You hear me? I was like, God damn, you too? All right. One more fucking strike. One more. I'm like, damn, why you doing me like I'm Tommy Sotomayor or some shit like that? Come on, don't do me like that. Come on. They doing me like that because I'm trying to wake black women up for those that want to hear me. For the ones that don't, there's nothing I can do for them. Thanks to finally letting that click in my head by how many times Asia told me that and my son told me that. It has finally turned all the way around. The key finally clicked. Like, I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm going to stop. So, you know, Juanita like Stephanie crazy. But it's true. Like it finally, Juanita, it finally clicked. You know, you seen me last year bugging out. I was on here screaming, stop listening to them. Stop going to the channel. Stop it. Stop it. People looking at me like she's a goddamn fool. What's wrong with her? Why she hate so much? It's not hate. Y'all got to recognize the difference between a motherfucker with passion and somebody who's actually hating on you. And I am the motherfucker with passion. Even in my own real life, y'all have no idea. I be tearing queens the fuck up. Oh, let me tell you something. I'm trying to get up the heart to run for office myself because there's so much shit out here I cannot fucking tolerate. But I'm afraid to lose. I know that sounds crazy because I got a lot of heart, but I'm afraid to go out, put my shit in public and be like, run through all my private shit, do this, do that. And then at the end, they like, we don't fucking want you. And I'm like, oh. So I'm really thinking about it because let me tell you something. I would not be fucking playing around with them people when it came to me being in the fucking committee. Oh my God, they be throwing me the fuck out like they did Homeboy the other day. Did y'all see how they threw the Democrat out? They would be doing that shit to me. I'd be like, oh hell no. Wait. No. No, you can't do that. They were like, you know what? Get your shit and get the hell up out of here. Okay. I don't even know why. Who the fuck let her in here? It would be like that. Because I would really be, I've always been like that. And I have to learn to fine tune that. But I don't like seeing black women getting fucked over because I see it all the time. Like I see it when I go to work. I see it every day in the street. And when I was in positions of influence to change that, I felt good. But you know, everybody gets older, so you can't always do the same shit in life. So you lose. I lost my authority in a lot of cases because I didn't handle it right. Looking back, I mean, I don't regret it, because for the women that I did help, they got out of those situations. And that's why I keep striving for certain things in life to do, so that I know that my impact can help those women, whether they understand I'm helping them or not. That's how I live my life. That's just me. But she said, I'm at that point too. People can do whatever they want, they who want, but climbing the social ladder should be the girl. Woo! I wish I could blow that up, Jackie, and make it a ribbon for this channel, because that's what I'm talking about. That's everything I'm talking about in a nutshell. That's why I get on y'all asses about knowing your finances, always having extra employment, because believe me, America gonna come for us. And they're gonna come for us right after they heavily push that bullshit crime agenda using black males as they scapegoat. They're gonna come for us, because they know they ain't got to worry about black males. They ain't gonna get no pushback from them. When they lock them up, nobody gonna give a fuck. You're gonna have a few black women out there talking, but the most part, because of all this shit that has been going online, where black men been suppressing their hate and all this shit for black women, more black women are not going to give a fuck about them. They're not going to get in relationships with them, and they're not going to care what happens to them. So they're literally shooting them on their own selves in the foot, which is a good thing, right? But those black women now, instead of them being focused on the other shit, they need to get focused on what Jackie is saying right here. Focus on black women's socioeconomic ladder climb. Like, start little community groups, start grassroots organizations where help women come together to make money. Help your own community. If you know you need a daycare, a couple of sisters get together, start a business, get that daycare up. That's the type of shit you be doing. If you need a farmer's market in your community because you cannot afford a grocery store, get that farmer's market, girl. Go get that space. Sell your goods in that shit. Make it where you and other black women can work at that market and don't got to go into no office. That's the type of shit I'm talking about, okay? Secure your future. Make sure that your kids go to college. I'm going to put up College Board again on my community page today. Find out that your children can get off the block. They could go from whatever they state that they live in to whatever state they want to go to college in. They could go to fucking Europe. They could go to Africa. They go wherever the fuck they want, as long as their grades can carry them there. Push that into their brains. Push them along to where they're supposed to be, so that when they climb way up to the top of the economic freaking ladder, they could reach down and pull you up there with them. That's the kind of shit you want to do. You don't want to be out here worrying about how I'm gonna pay my light bill, how I'm gonna pay for my car insurance. We don't need no more of that shit. We need to be able to have what we need in our bank account, divvy it out as we need to do it, and keep pushing ahead and making sure that however we live in this generation, the next generations behind us got it better than the generation before. That is called generational wealth. That's what I'm talking about. I don't really give a fuck about telling women who they sleep with. I don't care who you sleep with. Just make sure you're safe and your children are safe. If you're not safe and your kids are not safe, then you're an asshole. And it ain't shit nobody could do for you. You got to do that for yourself. And I'll put that up again too. Speaking of that, at the end of this live on the community tab, I'm going to put up the College Board, right? I'm going to put up, what else I said I was going to put up? I'm going to put up the domestic violence credit card, so that if you need to leave your house in emergency, you got some money to get the fuck out of there with it. Okay? So I will do that after I close this live. I'm about to do it right now. So women, thank you. I enjoyed all the comments. It was fun today. What's her name? Belinda. I'm sorry I had to do that to you, but I need to make my stance known. You're more than welcome here, okay? You can have an opinion. This is not a place where you got to agree with me. But what I don't want is, I don't want that parroting shit from crazy black women coming on my channel. Because I'm going to personally tell you, I don't agree with none of that shit. There's only certain ones I like who are preaching the same thing I'm preaching, which is a separation of black women completely from black males, period. I'm not saying you can't be civil with them and all that, because we live in the world with other people. But I feel like they don't need to be in your house. They don't need to be your baby's daddies. They don't need to be your husbands. They don't need to be your boyfriends. It's too many other men out here for that. That's how I feel. You can do what you want to do, but that's what I believe over here. So that's why I reacted to you like that. I apologize. You know, you could speak your piece. Don't feel like you can't. But if it's going to be parroting the shit they talking about, I'm going to come at you hard, because that's just how I am. Because I know they're crazy. And I know that the shit they saying, she said, we good. I'm glad. Let me put you up. Because I know that the shit that they saying, Belinda, is going to be something that's going to lead women to their deaths. I'm serious. Like, no disrespect to Tanya. I like Tanya. She's funny to me. I watch her sometimes. She's comedy, right? The funniest shit was when she did this video letting the dudes dress her. If y'all have never seen that shit, watch it. It was funny as hell. She was literally looking like a clown. It was so hilarious. She's like, she had her breasts all pushed up, crazy beads. It was hilarious. Because you know how they like to talk shit about black women. Y'all need to look like this. Y'all need to look like that. So she took all of the comments and put it all together. It was doing all the shit they said she should look like. And it was a crazy mess by the end of it. It was the funniest shit I had ever seen. But even though she entertains me, she makes me upset too with this matchmaking shit she got going on lately, where I don't know who that woman is, don't care. But I think it's a bad idea in a climate now where we have seen the increase of black femicide rise. This is not a time to be trying to matchmake black women with black males who are killing them more frequently than they were the summer before. And we getting ready to go into summer. So this is not the time to be doing that, because the girls are getting ready to graduate out of school. If you trying to push matchmaking, that's going to make them not listen to people who are telling them stay away from them. That's going to make them go to them. Women that are on the fence, kind of like, I don't know, maybe I should leave them alone. I don't know what to do, all that type of shit. You're going to make them go back to them too. And those are more women you are literally helping to put their lives at risk for being killed, because they're in relationships where if they weren't looking at that shit and having that suggestion put in their head, they might be doing something else that would keep them from getting hurt. That's why I don't like that shit, because not many people come on here with solutions. They could talk about the problem all day, but they don't come with solutions. I'm trying to come with solutions, even though I know I cannot tell any grown woman what to do with her life. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to give you information to make sure you got more money in your life, more education in your life, more power to fight back against people trying to bully you in this society, because I know they do it, because they do it to me, okay? And how to take care and provide for your children better. That's what I think my job is here. So you're going to always see me putting up shit about kids, shit about money, stuff about opportunities for black women, because that is who the fuck I am. If you can't rock with that, then diss me and get the fuck out of here, because I'm a boot you the fuck out, because that's how I am. And y'all know me. This is a safe haven, safe space for black women. I don't let anybody else in here, not knowingly. If they using an avatar and there's a white woman behind it or a black man, as long as they don't talk shit to let me know it's them, I will get them the fuck out of here faster than you know it. And many people have seen me do it, because I only care about what black women are talking about, because I am one. So that's all I got to say for tonight. I enjoyed talking shit. I enjoyed giving information. And I'll be back with the promised videos. And I want to introduce y'all to SoFi. It's a new fractional investment app I found, because it's not new. I just newly came across it. I want to like introduce that to y'all, show it to y'all. Y'all try it out. It's kind of like M1 Finance. Check that out, y'all, because that is a good way to buy thank you, Juanita, to buy stocks at like a fraction of the price. You don't have to buy the stock for the whole price, and you can buy everything you wanted. Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, whoever, Put that shit in your portfolio pile, your investment portfolio, and you good. That's, let me put it, M1 Finance and SoFi. I'm gonna try to do a video of SoFi. If I can't do it myself, I'm gonna find one and put it up on the community page for y'all. So it's M1, right? It's M1 is the app, but usually it's M1 Finance is how you would find it. Hold on. And the other one is SoFi. These are let me put investment apps. Hold up. The microphone is in my way, so I can't type freely. Put some glasses on. Why do you keep doing that? Hold on. Investment apps. Yeah. There we go. Let me put that up. Let me give that to y'all from me to you. So this M1 Finance, that's the one I use currently. I use that one. I put like $10 in it a week, and then I go in and I do like extra one-time payments for specific shit I want more percentage of. So that's why I told you investment don't gotta be costly, y'all. Y'all could do like me. I put like $5 a week. What's $5 a week? That's $20 a month. Then I'll go back in there, $50, maybe $40, $100, whatever the fuck. It's up to you. Different things, because every now and then, depending on what you're buying, in order for you to get a good return, you might have to put a few hundred, and then other times you don't. Sometimes you might need to put another $60 on it, another $40 on it. It depends on what you're picking and how your return is going. But check out M1. It's a nice little app. It's very user friendly, but SoFi to me is more user friendly. Check that one out, but look at both, and then you choose what you like, and start with $5. I think to open up most accounts on those apps is like $25. Everybody could do that shit. Everybody. And then if you want to get more advanced, there's always some white guy on YouTube making a video about investment apps. I swear to God, they're always there. That's how I learned. She said, I'm in gas. What you mean you in gas, Belinda? Like you investing in gas companies like Getty and Exxon and shit like that? Because if that's the case, you're right. It's good money in that. Good money. I don't know what the hell this is. I just got a notification from Chat GPT, and I don't have that shit on my phone. And it's like, are you using please and thanks? Like, how did you even get on my fucking phone? What is this? Y'all better be careful with this Chat GPT shit, okay? I know for a fact, don't put no personal shit in here. Oh, this shit is on my phone. Hold on. Getting all my personal information. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Oh, they got me. They got me good. I'm going to tell you how they got me. Oh, my goodness. I did this to myself. I'm going to tell you how I did this, okay? I was on Reddit last night, right? Because Reddit is the app that I use, right? So, they'll ask, like I'm telling y'all about SoFi and M1. I often search around for different investment apps. So when I was on Reddit, it gave me a menu and it was asking me, what are you interested in? So I was telling them about the different finances I was interested in. I forgot, and this is important for y'all to know too. Let me tell y'all now. All of these apps are using AI now, right? So I'm going to have to delete that shit from my phone, which is where I do most of my money transactions, because they go into your personal files and they record it, copy it, and they send it back to whatever database this shit comes from. So while I'm talking to you now, let me just get that shit off my phone and I'll just use it on the computer, because I don't use the computer for stuff like that. But that right there is really crazy. Like, and I like the Reddit app. It's pretty good. But now I got to delete it and go back and get rid of that shit because I don't want them in my business like that. So I just got rid of it. I'm gonna go back on Reddit and make sure that GPT shit is off my phone. So, but anyway, she said yes. Okay, yeah. So do what she's doing too. What she said. Yeah, it is. It's chatbot AI, but it's still dangerous, Belinda, because it goes through your phone. It like searches through your phone. Like, let me show you. Sorry. I found that out because I actually had did a live doing a demonstration of using Chat GPT. I haven't used it since that day. But then the other day, I think it was yesterday, I was writing a letter to somebody and I was using the other computer and the shit started writing by itself. And I was like, hold up. And I remember I had installed the browser on this computer. So because of the Wi-Fi, it jumped in onto the next computer and the shit kept typing. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it was typing from previous emails, previous notes. And I was like, that shit ain't right. That shit is not right at all. I did not ask you to review my shit just because I'm doing the same, I'm in the same subject for you to be pulling information that I didn't ask you to be digging around in. So that's when I realized that. And I'm like, okay. So now you got to be real careful about putting that shit on your computer and your phone, especially if you got your bank stuff on there. You never know. So when I get through this live, I will be deleting that shit off my computer as well. Okay. So y'all just beware of that. Just beware of that because they never tell us about that when they first rolled this shit out. I'm learning that now. And last night I had put up on the community page, I want y'all to see it, right? There's a Black channel I belong to that talks about all this IT stuff. And it was talking about how, let me see if I could go look at it real quick. I'm going to tell you the name of it. Let me open another page. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me go to my page and let me go to community page. Let me tell y'all what it is. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let y'all know. Where's that thing at? I put it. Oh, okay. So this channel is called it's called The Dark Truth, right? No, sorry, wrong. The channel is called Black Culture Unlocked. And they have a lot of AI stuff on here, plus world news and etc. So the video that I had shared on my community page is called The Very Dark Side of AI, All Black People Need to Know. Now, Naya, can you get out of the kitchen with me and go somewhere else with that shit? Thank you very much. Go somewhere else. Like go in the living room or something. Go. Then sit over there and be quiet. So anyway, right? What's I up to? Yeah, so I watched the video because I wanted to know what they was talking about. So they were talking about how when they gather the information from the internet about things that are about Black people or generated towards Black people, it's all based off of like a lot of negativity, stereotypical stuff, and false information. A lot of false information. Y'all need to check out that video because it makes sense because people create the algorithms. So if you have a racially prejudiced person creating an algorithm, of course you're gonna have stupid shit going on with the algorithm. Like they were comparing Black men's features to gorillas and shit like that. Watch the video; it'll tell you all that. Okay, but I just want you to be aware of that about the AI. Like I use it, but now that I see it does all that other funky stuff, I'm gonna be very careful using it. All right. And I know that there are browsers out there that gamers use that have blockers in them that could block like commercials and certain things. So I'm going to look for browsers so that when I'm using AI, I use those blocking browsers so that shit cannot like worm its way through my software and find things on my computer it shouldn't be digging in. Okay. Just keep that in mind too. All right. So, look. Juanita said, yeah, I get a lot of weird texts too. Yeah, they all up in our shit doing crazy stuff. She said, yeah, I don't want that. and Fed now either coming in. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know exactly how that works, but I know they have a few things, Belinda, coming in July in the summer, because they really they expect. Now this is what I read. I hope this is not true, right? I was just scrolling through, like on the iPhone, they have that news. Let me see if I can find it. They have like that news icon. I was scrolling through that this morning as soon as I woke up because I often do that, right? And they was talking about a second round of COVID, right? And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? A second round, right? So I really didn't read it because I was half asleep, but I have no idea what they have something funky planned.
I was half asleep.
I'm very sorry. I hit myself on the phone. So I was half asleep, so I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I'm gonna try to find that news article. And if it has anything to do with Belinda was saying and what I'm telling y'all, like they're about to do something with computers to like go, oh no, this is the next step to AI or whatever, and how it's going to affect people in their jobs and how it affect Black women. I'll put it up on the community page if I find it again. But I did see them say something about we're going to have a second round of COVID. I think they say conditions. Because you know how the news is always trying to sensationalize shit to sell papers, get you to watch their online stuff. They're just so ridiculous. But Black women, whether you like me or not, I want you to stop being so much of a like individualist when it comes to the politics concerning Black women collectively in America. Like you ain't gotta like every Black woman, but when you vote, please, I'm imploring you to vote towards the benefit of all of us collectively, okay? That way that for those sisters of ours that yeah, Juanita, probably so. But for those women that are probably not where they should be in life, give them an opportunity to try to rise above their station that they're in right now. And that can only happen if we rally for improvement in everything that we use in our everyday life. Like it has to be improvements to education, employment, housing. That's the only way that people are gonna move themselves up in society. They gotta have a decent place to live. They gotta have a more than a living wage to make ends meet, and they gotta have education and be smart enough to know how to put all the pieces where they need to be so that they can get better at what they're doing. So just keep that in mind. That's all I'm asking of y'all, okay? Like it's good to be selfish because I'm very selfish, right? But I still want other Black women to live good too, you know? So if you could just keep that in mind when you go to vote, whatever you do in life, please, if another Black woman is in need of a little assistance and you can help her, I'm not asking you to give her the shirt off your back, but give her the opportunity that you would have somebody want to give you. That's all I'm asking for, okay? And a little bit more compassion towards each other, whether we like each other or not. Like even though I was jumping on Mad's ass tonight about what she was saying, I don't wish that woman no ill, no bad will, no harm to come to her, none of that shit, because she's Black like me. I do want her to rethink her shit and come back at it another way so that it includes more Black women instead of dividing them. Yes, I want that. But I don't have no hatred towards that sister because I'm not trying to advocate that shit, okay? You don't have to. This is my point. You could disagree with every fucking thing about a person and still not dislike them. That's what I'm trying to say. Because this is not personal. I don't know that woman personally, but I can damn sure speak to what she's doing and what she's saying. But I can't tell you a goddamn thing about who she really is because I don't know that shit. That's what I'm trying to say to y'all. I sometimes wonder if the reason Black women are so hostile towards each other is because we were never given any compassion. Yeah, Jackie, you are not lying about that. I sit here sometimes when I get free time after I finish reading and shit like that, after, late at night, Sometimes I'll be up to like 12 reading shit, watching documentaries on PBS, Netflix, whatever about black women because I love black women. I'm a black woman. Let me show y'all a book I just got because Asia told me about it. I'll be serious. I'll be serious about this shit. Now, if y'all don't know, I did a live with Asia. I think it was Friday or something. She told me about this book. I read the narrative of this book. I was fucking intrigued. Listen, let me tell you something. And this is another book I'm reading. This book is called The Conspiracy to Destroy Black Women by Michael Porter. This shit is good. Y'all should get this too. This is a dynamite book. But anyway, Asia was talking about this book on the live, Wicked Flesh, right? Now, I'm going to do this and I'm going to get the fuck up out of here. For those of y'all that don't know, my family on my mom's side, the maternal side, the majority of those women are from Louisiana, right? And then a lot of the women are from Florida. So we come from along that coast like that. And then I have some people related to me in Mississippi from my grandfather on his father's side. So anyway, when I was a little girl, I spent the majority of my summers in Louisiana because those people had to babysit me while my mother and grandmother worked and other women in our family because I come from a family of black women from slavery where we are black women that have other guys as fathers, not really black men. So I come from black women who are mulattoes, black women who are octoroons, quadroons, etc. Right? My mother is a fucking biracial woman, whatever you want to call her. We don't call ourselves that. That's what I was explaining in that live, right? We look at ourselves as black women. My daughter would be considered a biracial daughter, but I don't give a fuck about that either. Like all my children, they have fathers where they're one is a Cooley, one is a Douglas. These are slang names for black people who are mixed with Indians from Jamaica and Guyana, right? So I have two sets of children. One set of children that are from the Jamaican man who has a Jamaican father and an Indian mother. And the other husband who is from Guyana who has a black father and an Indian mother from the same place, right? And then those children, my grandchildren, come from my daughter with that mixed heritage who their father is a Turkish man. So you understand? Like we just those type of black women. So in saying that, when we were doing that live on Friday about Louisiana, where that was done to black women all throughout Louisiana, I bought that book because it talks about that history. Because I knew a lot of my history, but I'm one person. I don't know all the history. So when I was talking to Asia, she found it funny that I didn't know about I still don't even know how to say this shit today. This word is Tiganan, or Tigan, or Tegan Law, whatever it is. It's TIG. Let me write it. Because we were talking about this in that live, right? And y'all need to read up the history on this, right? Because it was the beginning of how and why they used to make black women wrap their hair, and it became illegal for black women to wear their hair in public in America because they felt like we were so sexy and so beautiful, other men couldn't resist us, which was a crock of shit. It was because white bitches was jealous. But anyway, we were talking on this live about this particular law, which brought up that book. So I bought that book. I'm going to read that book. And that's why I told you that story of my ancestry, right? Because all those type of things about black women empower you. You don't have to be that woman or come from that woman. It's just all of us collectively, because just because they did that shit in Louisiana doesn't mean it was the only place it was being done. It was being done all over America, right? But the fact is, you learn that information so you gather your strength and your sisterhood feeling, so that when I was speaking before I started talking about that, about however you live in life, try to look out for another black woman, not giving her something literally from you. But when you function throughout life, make room so that she could come behind you. If you're given a chance or opportunity in business or whatever it is you're doing in life, please make sure that there's an opportunity for another black woman right behind you. That's what I'm talking about. And when you vote in this country, vote towards where it helps all of us, not just you. Because eventually, if it's just you, you're going to lose too. Because there's no interest in them in America just doing things for individual people. They have to do it for groups of people. Okay? So just keep that in mind. And with that, I'm going to tell y'all good night. Thank you so very much for sitting and listening to me go through one of my emotional rants about misinformation to black women, because that shit, I gotta learn to control that. Once I learn to control that, I'm gonna be good. But that sets me off. But I want black women, I want the best for us. I thank you, Jackie, because that's really all it is. I'm like a crazy black woman about black women, right? Like, and I'm not gay. I just love black women because it is me. So all that type of stuff, when it rouses black women up, puts them in the wrong mind frame, I don't like that, because it's making them crazy and it making them do things that work that will work against their best interest. And then in the end, we the ones getting kicked out of our house when they start exactly Belinda, when they start fucking evicting people all over the country. It's always black women first. So we need to think about all that kind of stuff. When they start laying people off, it's always us first. Nah. But if we fight against that shit, we can make that stop, or at least reduce it to where it's not killing us significantly. So that's where I'm coming from. All right. That's all. Belinda said, everybody take care, be safe. Me too. Please hit the like button on your way out. Good night, be safe, and stay radical, black women. That's gonna be my new catchphrase. All right, good night, y'all. Let me go handle stuff. Good night.